Sunroof top, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning up. And we ain't coming down, see on my face that smile, see on my head that crown, top of the world, top of the town, baby.
I moved out the hood to have the church on the corner where I sit and talk shit all day cause I wanna. And on top of that, wasn't none of y'all gonna do nothing but keep running your mouth and keep frontin'. Go ahead and say something, I'll wait. I ain't gonna wait for late, cause in a minute I'm escape, cause there is no debate. No, it's not an option, you gotta keep the clock watch.
Sunroof top, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning up. And we ain't coming down, see on my face that smile, see on my
I'm from 140th and Lenox. I'm from NFL. Up the block is 40 Wolves. Lou Simpsons, I'm on 142nd Cross Square. D. Ferg on number 8th Avenue. I don't see you around none of this. Not from none of that.
Crypto bills, and that procedural vote has failed. Now, we should note, of course, here that rule was not just on crypto bills. It was also going to set up a vote on funding for the Defense Department. We're trying to learn a little bit more about why the bill went down, but this definitely puts a wrinkle into House Republicans' plan to have this crypto week where they were going to pass crypto bills. You have to get that process vote in place to actually move on to the other votes. One of the members who did vote against the process, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, actually tweeted a bit this morning, voicing some of her concerns with the bill in relation to a central bank digital currency. She was concerned that the bills did not do enough to prevent that from being created by the U.S. government, saying that more oversight was needed. Of course, we'll be speaking with more of these lawmakers who voted against the bill to better understand their concerns, how many of them had to do with crypto versus defense. But again, this is a huge wrinkle. There were a lot of folks, crypto industry, lawmakers, who were expecting these bills to get done this week. It now looks like Republican leaders might need to go back to the drawing board to figure out how to get this done. Certainly a big delay that I don't think many folks were expecting today to happen, and could delay these bills to potentially next week and maybe even longer. Kelly?
We're looking at Bitcoin selling off slightly, Robinhood down a bit.
Okay, so we don't know exactly why this didn't pass. I'm sure that everyone that voted no has different reasons for it, but some of the reasons are actually pro-crypto. Like, hey, we know that this is supposed to protect against CBDCs. That's one of the main things that they're voting on this week. But we don't think that there's enough language that prevents it. So we want to go back to the drawing board and make sure that this is airtight. Right? Some of the other stuff that they'll be talking about, stablecoin regulation, crypto regulation in general. So just because this is being shut down right now does not mean that they're never going to pass it. And actually, Tyler Hill reports that the House is going to try to revote on the crypto bill rule this afternoon. Fox reports that Trump is pissed and personally pressuring members who block the bills. So yeah, we may see or hear something from Trump here soon. But again, when you put in multiple spending plans and regulation into one bill, yeah, it can get a little bit more complicated. Not everyone may be on the same page originally. So we saw Bitcoin dip a little bit when this happened, but then it went right back up. I'm not concerned. I covered why we may be seeing a bit of a dip this morning, but we have treasury yields jumping up basically indicating maybe the Fed isn't going to be cutting rates soon, even though inflation came in at a pretty good rate. Right? So I'm not concerned about us taking a little bit of a cool off period. We also saw Bitcoin OG from 2011 dumping $5 billion worth of Bitcoin. I mean, he made 100,000x on this. So yeah, it's not surprising to see a bit of a dip in crypto. I wouldn't be surprised if we fell further. I also wouldn't be surprised if we went just right back up to new all-time highs like tomorrow. Sometimes when we have these CPI and PPI reports, we see the market react very quickly, volatile, and like fake out the market, because we have one CPI report one day and then the PPI comes in. It might change sentiment pretty quickly. Altcoins are doing fairly well, like Ethereum actually breaking out versus this prior resistance that we saw back in June and then back in May. We're actually breaking out above this line. But when you zoom out, Ethereum's still down a lot against Bitcoin over the last couple of years. So it's kind of like that meme where you fall down, and then just get like a tiny bit of relief and people are like pumping their fists. It's a little bit that way in Ethereum. From the bottom, it is up versus Bitcoin about 46%, but that's versus the very pico bottom that we saw. I wouldn't be surprised though if we continue to see Ethereum outperform a little bit, because it's been so beaten down. And also we're seeing a lot of Ethereum being bought up by the ETFs. We're also seeing, possible rate cuts this year. Who knows with the CPI and with where yields are going right now. Who knows when that rate cut will take place, but I think that they're coming at some point this year. And that could be kind of an indication for the altcoin market to rally a bit, and we could see Ethereum staking on ETF soon. We're already seeing a lot of accumulation, so it would not surprise me to see these altcoins, which have been beaten down compared to Bitcoin, actually rally a bit, especially if we have looser monetary policy, if we see more M2 printing, which we're seeing right now. Just the other day, China printed like $700 billion worth of M2. So yeah, I think we could see a bit of a relief rally for the altcoin market, and good for everyone that's been in it. They deserve a little bit of a rally against Bitcoin, since Bitcoin's done so well. I am very heavy Bitcoin though. I think Bitcoin's much more risk off than altcoins, and it's performed even better than altcoins over the last couple of years. So I'm happy to sit heavily in Bitcoin. I have a couple altcoin positions as well. Where I like to take my risk though is I would rather open up long positions on some of these altcoins than try to find like very small altcoins. You can check out the links underneath the video. I have links to Blowfin, BYDFi, BTCC, Bitunix, Weeks, Mexi. You can check out all those underneath the video. They have special like extra bonuses when you use those links. And like I said, I just made a video talking about how I 10x'd my Blowfin portfolio and how you can too, basically. I give kind of a walkthrough guide that's in the Telegram, but it will be released on the main channel here. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'll see you all soon.
As with you always, this is Rich doing another video today on XRP. So I hope you're all having a wonderful day today, wherever you are in this great world. We're gonna talk about XRP, and once again, this is the one-day chart. We're sitting here at $2.92, and right now everybody's like, XRP is pulling back. What's happening with XRP? We literally had a slight pullback, and if you look at the 7-day chart, you could see how we're ranging between $2.80 and $3, waiting for the next move upward. And look at Bitcoin right now, sitting at 117K. And Bitcoin also pulled back. To some extent, we are still following Bitcoin, but it still looks like XRP is outperforming Bitcoin. Bitcoin right now is down 1.8%, while XRP is down 0.84%. And it seems like when XRP does finally move, it makes higher gains than Bitcoin as well. But we are not in alt season yet. And everybody's talking about it. Everyone's screaming alt season. They're wrong. Is ETH near its all-time high? No, then it's not alt season. And even on the alt season chart, you could see we're at 34. Alt season doesn't begin until we get above 75. I think we still have a little bit of time, but that doesn't mean that XRP is not going to have moves upward leading into alt season. Peeps still set on the same old 4-year cycles repeating. XRP bull cycle only lasts about 274 days. 2017 lasted 275 days. 2021 lasted 274 days. 2024 plus 274 days puts us at the end of August. But I don't think alt season has begun at all. In fact, I think what we witnessed back in November was XRP just having a minor correction, going from 50 cents up above $3. I don't even think we are halfway up that green candle from back in 2017. Everybody's saying that we're halfway up the first green candle already. I don't think we're there yet. I think we are still down below the first green candle. We're waiting for that first green candle to show up. But everybody right now is overreacting because XRP does look really bullish and it's moving upward in price gradually. Canary Capital CEO predicts the XRP ETF will outperform ETH and Solana ETFs, citing regulatory clarity and growing adoption. And I agree with that. He even said there's now a clear court precedent that XRP isn't a security. It can easily move into a 33 Act fund. Out of all pending products, I think the XRP ETF will gain the most traction. I'm still expecting the XRP ETFs to far outperform the Bitcoin ETFs. I think people are already looking past the Bitcoin ETFs. The institutions are already looking down the road. Breaking news. Here's the official NYSE ARCA document announcing the successful passing of ProShares Ultra XRP ETF. Official SEC filing confirmed. So they say, to whom it may concern, the NYSE ARCA certifies its approval for listing and registration of the ProShares Ultra XRP ETF, a series of ProShares trusts under the Exchange Act of 1934. And that comes from Chief Information Technology Securities and Exchange Commission. So this will give us our first look at how well an XRP ETF will do. But I'm still waiting for all those other ETFs to go live. I cannot wait to see that institutional money show up in the price of XRP. And David Schwartz posted this. He says, I always feel good when prices are high because I hate to think that people are losing money. But I'm truly not sure how much focus on price is the right amount, especially since price doesn't seem to correlate very much with other good things like solving real-world problems. He even goes on to say, I should say that price doesn't seem to correlate with true value, utility, or ability to solve real-world problems in the short term. It's certainly possible that it does over longer terms. And that's what it comes down to. Everybody's looking at the price today. But if you know what XRP is built to do, you know It's a high price cryptocurrency. We're just waiting for the price to catch up, because now we're starting to see treasury set up for XRP. We're starting to see the first signs of utility for XRP as well. It's like everything's getting put in place for the moment when XRP breaks out. XRP on fire. Daily active addresses have surged 124% this month from 3,600 to 8,100 plus. New wallets equals new money equals growing investor confidence. You know, there's a lot of new XRP holders in this community. I see them showing up on X. And I think those people, once they realize what XRP is, they're never going to sell their XRP either. But a lot of weak hands are going to be out at early price points. When I say early price points, I mean $5, $6, $7, $8. Some will sell soon as it surpasses $10. But the real money, the people that are going to make the most money, I should say, those are the people that are going to wait until we get to 3 digits plus. And it is absolutely going to happen. I mean, look at everything that's playing out for XRP right now. We're not in the 2021 or 2017-18 run anymore. XRP has had a lot of growth around it over the past 4+ years. And now we know XRP is never going to be called a security again. We're just waiting for a few of these catalysts to play out, and that's it. We are going to blast off on the price of XRP. And then this happened, and everybody, I kind of thought nothing was going to happen during crypto week. I even was very optimistic if they get something done. 210 Democrats and 13 Republicans voted to block the advancement of the Crypto Genius Act, Clarity Act, and the Anti-CBDC Act. And Marjorie Taylor Greene said this week, the House is voting on the Genius Act, which lays the groundwork for a layered central bank digital currency where Americans interact with stablecoins, but behind the scenes, there are functional surveillance capabilities of a CBDC. The bill, as written, does not expressly ban a CBDC and does not protect self-custody. Self-custody means that you control your own money, not a third party. On January 23rd, President Trump signed an executive order on digital financial technology with 2 important clauses. People will maintain self-custody of digital assets, banning agencies from establishing a CBDC in the U.S. or abroad. The Genius Act does not follow President Trump's executive order because it does not ban a CBDC. So what she's saying is they tried to sneak CBDC approval into these acts. I don't know. I thought once the president signed that executive order, the U.S. was done with the central bank digital currency. But what happened was now everybody is talking about a CBDC again. I just want to clarify this. So a central bank digital currency would be a currency coming from the Fed because the Fed is a central bank. A stable coin is digital money created by a private entity like Ripple, maybe Stellar. But, you know, I said it before. We do not need a central bank digital currency, but there's not a big difference between a CBDC and a stable coin. A CBDC is a stable coin issued by the Fed. That's the only difference. A stable coin is digital money issued by, say, Ripple or Stellar. I hope I made sense with all of that. But we do not need surveillance over our money. That is absolutely for sure. XRP is screaming all-time highs, says analyst, but it must clear this level first. So what they're saying is we got to break above $3.40, which is minor resistance. Then there's even more resistance at the all-time high of $3.84. Surpassing these levels would open a clear path to $4.80. Once we go into price discovery, I think the FOMO is really going to start to amp up. That's when your friends and your family will be calling you and asking you, is it too late for me to get into XRP? And it will most likely be talked about all over the mainstream media news, like it was back in 2018. The difference with the 2021 run was XRP was already being looked at as a security back then, and it was off of all the major exchanges, and it still managed to get to $1.92. This time around, XRP is back on the major exchanges, and it's no longer a security, and it will not be a security going forward. What I'm telling you is nothing is holding XRP back this time around. And this was not surprising at all. This comes from Eleanor Terrett. California Governor Gavin Newsom has announced the launch of the California Breakthrough Project with top leaders from Ripple, Coinbase, MoonPay, and more to advise and advance government efficiency and collaboration. The task force, which met for the first time on June 6th at Ripple's San Francisco headquarters, which will also include leaders from Instacart, Snapchat, Adaluri Tech, and others like angel investor Ron Conway. So we now know that the governor of California met with Ripple at Ripple's headquarters. And it looks like California is going to now start to push forward with innovation around blockchain. Let's see where this goes from here. But that was not even shocking to me because Ripple has done a lot for the state of California, especially the city of San Francisco. And like I told you at the beginning of this video, we are not in alt season yet, and yet XRP is sitting at $2.91. I cannot wait for XRP to break out. I think it's going to be shocking for a lot of people. I think a lot of people are being very conservative with their price predictions as well. I see a lot of people now saying, well, we're going to be lucky if XRP gets to $15. I think it's going to go much higher. I think we're going to see that institutional wave of money show up during alt season. The case is going to end. It's just a matter of time. Then you start to look beyond that. ISO, I still think it's going to be a big deal. A lot of people are downplaying it right now. That's because it's still early. Fedwire just went live on Monday. Things are going to take a little bit of time. And then I think we're going to start to see gradual value come from ISO as well. But, you know, as XRP holders, no matter how all of this plays out, we get rich in the end. You know, right now, everybody's fighting in Washington over a central bank digital currency. And most of the Bitcoin maxis would say, well, that means there's no future for XRP. But what they fail to know is that XRP can fix the dollar in its current fiat form. We don't even need to have digital money, and XRP can fix the US dollar. But they are going to have a stable coin. A digital dollar is absolutely coming. Otherwise, we would be left behind the rest of the world. So if it's in the form of a stable coin or a CBDC, doesn't matter because it still needs a bridge. XRP is the bridge. And until it all happens, stay patient, stay positive, and let's get rich together. With that said, I'm going to wrap up this video. I want to thank you all for watching. I appreciate all of you. I'll see you in the next one. Have a great night.
All right, so let's talk about one of the craziest stories in crypto right now, Ripple. Ripple has been on a tear. It's one of the best performing crypto assets this year, beating Gary Gensler's multi-year lawsuit, launching a new stablecoin, influencing US politics with multi-million-dollar donations, and even rolling out new investment products.
Send us 500 XRP and we'll send you double back. Congratulations, XRP holders.
And if you've never heard of Ripple or how it works, I want to explain it. So Ripple is the technology.
Want to help drive America's
John, well, lawmakers were hoping to be able to regroup, find a new way forward, and move ahead this evening. But now they are all being told to head home as a group of hardline lawmakers remain at an impasse with President Trump about how they should be moving these bills through. Again, a lot of these hard members, they really want to make sure that they are banning that central bank digital securities, national bank digital currency. They have a lot of concerns about the national security aspects, about personal safety aspects. But at this point, Trump, so far, has said that he still wants that stablecoin bill to come to the House this week, which means that all three need to go separately instead of being combined. Republican leadership meeting with a number of lawmakers as well as senators this afternoon, but it seems that negotiations are going to have to go into tomorrow. Remember, the crypto industry, they were really banking on getting these bills done, and now it seems like everything is up in the air.
Hey, what's going on, Bull Runners? Welcome back to the channel. Buckle up because today's news is absolutely massive. The crypto world is moving faster than ever, and if you're not paying attention, you could miss out on game-changing opportunities that are reshaping how we use money. Imagine a world where sending money is as easy as sending a text message to a friend, where big banks like JP Morgan are jumping into crypto, and where global regulations are opening the doors for explosive growth. But here's the kicker. There is a hidden storm brewing in United States Congress that could shake things up for Bitcoin and beyond. The problem, the rules of the game are changing, and if you're not in the know, you might get left behind. And the solution is stick with me for the next few minutes as we break it all down for you, the biggest crypto headlines in plain English, so you can stay ahead of the curve. From Ripple's bold move in Europe to a surprising delay in US crypto laws, we're diving into why these stories matter and what they mean for your wallet. Plus, here's what's important. These changes are happening right now, and the decisions made today could impact the crypto prices and adoption tomorrow. And if you stay with me until the end, I've got a bonus for you, an exclusive sneak peek into a crypto group that's helping thousands navigate these wild markets. Plus, we will be heading over to X to find out all the breaking news that happened in the crypto world today. Plus, we will be heading over to X to find out all the breaking news that's happening in the crypto world today. We'll be heading over to 4X Factory and find out the red folder news that's coming up this week and what came out today. We're going to be deep diving into Ripple confirming its intention to pursue MiCA in EU. We'll dive deeper into this crypto bill delay, and we'll be jumping into the charts for XRP. We're going to be looking for the most important support and resistance levels. Plus, we'll be taking a look at long-term and short-term momentum waves and so much more in today's video. So if you're like most people where you don't have the opportunity to spend hours a day in the crypto news like we do for you on this channel every single day, make sure you subscribe right now. And if you are still feeling bullish about this current bull run, let me know by commenting 777 down below. So first things first, we're going to jump over to CoinMarketCap, check out the overall health of the crypto market today. We are currently at $3.72 trillion total market cap. It is down slightly 0.55% today.
Hey, what's up, my friend? Nick here. Quick heads up for all you smart investors watching this. If you love to see your crypto actually working for you, earning passive income every single day on your coins, we're putting together something really cool. On July 20th, we're running our first ever free online event challenge. It's called the Crypto Passive Cash Flow Challenge. And it's basically 3 days where you'll learn our DeFi strategies we use to safely earn passive yield on our coins 24/7, even while we sleep. And some people are doing crazy numbers with this strategy alone. And if you had some coins that you're just holding on to, you should join us and discover how to put them to work We've never done anything like this publicly before, and we probably won't ever do it again. So it's completely free, but we might have to limit spots to keep the quality high and give everyone proper attention with the size of our YouTube channel, over 360,000 subscribers now. So if you want in, just click the link below this video, grab your spot while you can. And now back to the video.
$208 billion worth of trading volume. We also have a 68 on the fear and greed meter. Altcoin season index coming in at a 37 out of 100. So we are continuing to tick up on this, which is really exciting. Once we get into the 50 level, then we're starting to talk excitement, but 75 is the ultimate level we need to hit altcoin season. Now, what is holding us back is Bitcoin dominance. Bitcoin dominance still standing strong at 62.9%. It is having a slight pullback, as you can see. Remember, at the end of June, we were all the way up at 64.5%. So we are starting to pull back here, which is great news. Bitcoin ETFs had a massive day yesterday, $297 million worth of inflows. But this is even more insane. Ethereum having $259 million worth of inflows, nearly equaling what Bitcoin did for a day. That does not happen often. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, Ethereum and Bitcoin ETF inflows and also outflows is a great way to read the volume of what is coming into the markets. Right now, you can see volume is definitely increasing to the upside for Ethereum and Bitcoin as well. Top 6 cryptos by total market cap. Number 1, Bitcoin at 117,800. Ethereum number 2 at 31.43. XRP at number 3 at $2.92. Tether at number 4 at $1. BNB at number 5 at $691. And wrapping it up, Solana at number 6 at $164. Heading over to Forex Factory. What came out today? The red folder news that was the most important information was inflation. And we are up on inflation. So the consumer price index, which is a measurement of inflation that's going on right now, only up a tad. It was forecasted at 2.6%. We're sitting at 2.7. Last report came in at 2.4. So obviously all the talking heads on the news this morning were going crazy, talking about inflation is going way high. We need to be very, very careful. And as you remember, the reason this is important for us right now is we would love to see interest rates be pulled back by Jerome Powell. And we have some Jerome Powell news in today's video as well. When it comes to the CPI month over month, however, they were even and flat. But the year over year does come in a little hot, unfortunately, for the United States economy. So that was consumer price index. Tomorrow we have producer price index. So that news comes out at 5:30 in the morning. We'll keep an eye on that on Wednesday. And then on Thursday, the big news that we're really waiting for is the unemployment claims that'll be coming out at 5:30 a.m. Right now it's forecasted at 233. If it's less than that, very great news. If it's more than that, then the talking heads will go crazy and we might see a pullback in the crypto markets. All right, heading over to X. As you saw in the intro of the video, no more votes today, unfortunately. The U.S. House has officially indicated there will be no further vote on the Bitcoin and crypto bills today. This delay is shocking, given the momentum pressure from the White House and industry expectations. Now, what people are talking about on X right now is the fact that they were trying to slip in a potential backdoor deal in the Genius Act that would allow a CBDC to be created, a central bank digital currency. And as you all know, we are fighting against that tooth and nail. We don't want no backdoors. We don't know no slime deals. We don't want no nothing when it comes to CBDC. Now, as you all know, there is a standalone no CBDC bill that's out there right now. But this is so important that they had to also stop the Genius Act's vote and get this taken out of the bill and reassess it tomorrow. So as we see here, U.S. House delays voting on Bitcoin and crypto bills today to make sure the anti-CBDC bill is included. And this is great news for everyone. I know it was very disheartening to see that it got delayed, but we have to make sure we secure this properly for us for the future of crypto. So Eleanor Tourette also posting about this. Many of the House members who voted no today had concerns with the Genius Act possibly enabling a CBDC. However, there is language in the Genius bill that would explicitly prohibit the Fed from creating a retail CBDC. So as you see here, the Genius Act had no retail CBDC, but what if they had a private ledger CBDC? If you're an XRP Army member, you've heard of this private ledger scenario. Well, she says here, The section below says the bill shall not be construed as expanding the Fed's authority to offer services directly to the public, meaning it cannot authorize things like digital wallets, personal accounts, or anything that veers into CBDC territory. And today had so much high hopes. Even Donald Trump was out here tweeting, cheering us on and cheering on Congress to get it done. Happy Crypto Week. The House will soon vote on a tremendous bill to make America the undisputed #1 leader in digital assets. Nobody does it better. The Genius Act is going to put our great nation light years ahead of China, Europe, and others who are trying to endlessly catch up, but they just can't do it. Digital assets are the future, and we're leading by a lot. Get the first vote done this afternoon. All Republicans should vote yes. This is our moment. Digital assets, genius, clarity. It is all part of making America great again, bigger and better than ever before. We are leading the world, and we'll work hard with the Senate and the House to get even more legislation passed. Well, some of the people in the House, even though they got the rah-rah from Mr. Trump here, they decided to take a step back for the American people. We'll see what happens tomorrow. And we do have an official approval of the New York Stock Exchange, ARCA, approving the ProShares Ultra XRP ETF. Now, this is a leveraged ETF, so we still do not have an official spot ETF, unfortunately, but this is positive news. More volume coming into the XRP. But a big deal today also for Ripple. Ripple announces its intent to obtain MiCA license to support EU expansion. So here's the website giving us the information here. Informantas Generales, Ripple Payments Europe SA, and their code number and their status. It is active, based out of the Luxembourg area. Trade and company register. A Ripple spokesperson said that the company intends to become MiCA compliant as it recognizes significant opportunity in the European market. The statement follows Ripple's registration for Ripple's Payments Europe SA in Luxembourg, as I showed you just a few minutes ago. On Tuesday, industry media outlet Ledger Insights reported that the company has applied for an electronic money institution license in Luxembourg. Ripple refused to confirm or deny the report, saying only that the firm does not have any updates to provide currently. In mid-May, crypto exchange Bitstamp also announced that they've obtained a crypto asset service provider license under MiCA from Luxembourg regulators. A similar license is held by Clearstream Banking, an institution involved in the European Central Bank's digital euro trial. So remember, the United States does not want a central bank digital currency, but EU wants one really bad. Another example is Standard & Chartered, one of the world's largest banks, which launched its cryptocurrency services in Europe after obtaining a digital asset license in Luxembourg in early January. And speaking of Standard & Chartered, this is just in as well. Standard & Chartered becomes the first global bank to offer institutional Bitcoin and Ethereum trading. So this is massive worldwide. Bitcoin and Ethereum trading is officially locked in. We do also have some positive Bitcoin news and strategy news here today. Strategy now holds 3% of all Bitcoin in circulation. And if you're not familiar, Michael Saylor just made another big Bitcoin purchase over the weekend. So as you can see here, their growth and strategy Bitcoin holdings in the thousands. We have 602,000 Bitcoin, and they do now have 3% of the total in circulation. Also, positive news for crypto. Ex-Goldman Sachs exec says regulation will unlock trillions and help the United States solve the deficit.
If this legislation passes and they have to be backed one-to-one with super safe assets, you're talking, I mean, what do you think the number is? Upwards of $3-4 trillion in demand for treasury bills over the next decade, possibly?
Yeah, I mean, obviously nobody knows, but I think smart people are using trillions as the sort of the ballpark around which they guess what the scale of adoption is going to be of stablecoins. I mean, think about it. Right now, all the payments that we do in the American economy operate under 20th century technology. So we're right on the verge of a payment revolution as a result of the Genius Act. The House will pass it tomorrow. The president will sign it into law probably on Friday. And then we'll see pretty rapid implementation. And for every issuance of a tokenized dollar, $1 will be held in reserves, typically in the form of U.S. treasuries. So right now, stablecoin issuers around the world are the 16th largest holders of U.S. treasuries. By some estimations, stablecoin issuers will become the largest holders of stablecoins, bigger than China, bigger than Japan. And I think that's critical at this point of high debt in the U.S. economy.
But it's so hilarious because by being the biggest holder of treasuries, they're facilitating the deficit. And then they turn around and go, if you're worried about deficits, you should buy Bitcoin. And it's like perfectly served up. You know what I mean?
Well, it's a productivity boost, right? So what you want is not just wealth transfers. You don't want an economy that's static and stale. You want an economy that facilitates productivity growth. That's ultimately how you can grow our way out of the deficits and the debt that we have. And so stable coins will be a huge efficiency gains. There's no reason at all, if I were to send you $1 on Venmo or on any other payment mechanism, I think it gets to you instantaneously, but it takes 3 days, 4 days, 5 days to get to you for no reason.
So exciting news there. As you heard too, stable coins will become the largest holders of treasury. So right now we're having a very scary scenario with the bonds and the interest on the bonds. They're starting to climb like crazy because nobody wants them. No other country wants to buy them. Well, once we pass the Stablecoin Act, they're going to be required to have dollar for dollar representation with a bond behind it. So if they're going to have trillions of liquidity, then the stablecoin companies are going to have to buy the bonds, which then brings those prices back down. And this is a circular motion, as you heard there. So very exciting times ahead. We may be getting ourselves out of financial debt through crypto. Whoever would have thought? GameStop has acquired 4,710 Bitcoin as a hedge against the macro uncertainty. And speaking of stable coins here, JP Morgan, the biggest crypto hater, the hater of all haters when it comes to Bitcoin for sure. But JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon says that the company will get involved with crypto stablecoins. Now, this is the gateway drug for a lot of people when it comes to crypto. They're dollar for dollar, easy in, easy out. But will they eventually also own crypto? Well, a lot of people already say that they own a ton of Bitcoin. He just lies and says he doesn't believe in it. But this is a big deal right here that they will be involved in stablecoins. And speaking of more stablecoins, as you can see, this has become the main talking point of all of crypto. Circle CEO says stablecoins now let people transact like messaging on WhatsApp. So you send a transaction, a text message, boom, it's there. Major institutions agree stablecoins are the future of the global money movement.
As the leading regulated stablecoin network in the world, we're I think in a really, we're in a great place to build on that. And this is a moment where it's been a long time since you've actually had an upgrade to the financial system, to the very nature of what electronic money is, and digital currency really represents that. And we're, as I like to say, still in the very early days of this. And so, we think about, just like Treasury Secretary Besson talks about trillions of dollars of stable coins in the coming years, major investment banks and others, looking at trillions of dollars of stable coins. We can imagine a world where, stablecoin money is the primary way that transactions happen on the internet, and that's what we're going after.
I think that is the message from your stock performance, right? That something transformational is happening. But can you just explain what the major use cases are for your stablecoin, USDC?
Yeah, so we operate a stablecoin network, and it's important to understand there's the actual digital money, like the USDC asset or the Euro stablecoin asset, but it's a network. And that network consists of thousands of products and services that have integrated to our network that provide utility. Those are wallets available to users, households, businesses in almost every country in the world. Those are financial services products that are built on blockchains that allow people to invest, to save, to lend, to borrow. And then an enormous amount of growth that we've been seeing in international transactions. I like to say, when's the last time you sent a cross-border email? It doesn't really register. What are you even talking about? And we've talked about cross-border payments and the challenges. I think stablecoin money is for the first time creating a way for people to transact the same way that they message with WhatsApp, the same way that they use the internet for everything else, directly with people, instantly at virtually no cost. And so we're seeing these kinds of international transactions for businesses, for households, and then even within countries where people are finding they want to store their money in digital dollars.
Cynthia Loomis back at it, bashing Jay Powell, saying Jay Powell has repeatedly failed the American people and crippled America's competitive edge. It's time for actual leadership at the Fed. Chairman Powell must resign. Now, we also have Donald Trump saying Scott Bessent would be a great candidate to fill that spot. And there's words coming out that Jerome Powell may be getting the axe at the Federal Reserve. But when asked today about Scott Bessent taking that place, Trump said, it's difficult to say because of the fact that he's doing such a great job at the Treasury. So will he be leading the Fed and the Treasury possibly? Let me know your thoughts down in the comment section. All right, so let's jump over to the charts for XRP. First and foremost, our short-term momentum waves have maxed out and continuing to ride the top, doing really well up here. Long-term momentum has been broken above the zero line, indicating bullish scenario since July 2nd. It did have to consolidate for a few more days before actually taking off to the upside. Now, yesterday had an interesting play, big downward move, but the bulls don't care, and they bought this thing all the way back up, which is nice. New candle officially kicked off. Now, what we talked about yesterday was some potential downside support levels. So downside support levels when I left you guys yesterday was right here at 287, 283, and then the ultimate one we couldn't lose was 279. Well, great news, we didn't lose that. Great news, that is not there, and great news, that one as well, because we have the body all the way up here now, which is very exciting. So looking ahead, what do we have? Well, we have a support level right here at $2.88, which was a pretty strong resistance for us for quite some time. We did break down below it, but recovered above it. We then have a resistance level coming up to us at the $3. Then we're going to have a 309 and then a 322. So those are short-term resistance levels that we'll be coming into. Then as we continue to blow through that, we will then have 350 and also 380. Now, some of you guys are talking about in the comment section, I saw that. Thank you so much for commenting, by the way. Leave lots of comments talking about $4 is not a high enough projection for XRP. And I completely agree. Over time, we will be going significantly higher. But in the meantime, I've got these levels already staged out for us. It's all the way up to $5.50. And remember, these are coming to us from historic marks. This is from the actual weekly spider lines for XRP, and they've been spot on along the way as far as finding support and resistance for us. So very exciting. In fact, one of the support and resistance line was the ultimate breakout and retest line. As we can see down here, once it broke above this one, boom, retested off it and shot to the moon. Isn't it crazy to think that just a few short months ago, November 4th, 2024, we were at 50 cents and now we are breaking $3. Very exciting times ahead for sure. Can't wait for us to break above this spider line here of 350, taking out that all-time high of $3.40 for XRP. Now, another very interesting scenario is playing out. I'm going to go ahead and delete all of these drawings here. This is the Bitcoin XRP, the XRP Bitcoin chart. We're on the daily. So let's go ahead and find some support and resistance levels on this right here. So we're going to use our supply and demand zones. As you know, we use the Heikin-Ashi candles, and then we look for highs before a drop, the final candle of the high before the drop. So we are going to find our rectangular tool here. So it's going to be this candle here. And as you can see, we're in that. So we break out of that level, then we'll have this candle here. And this one's going to be an overlapper. Is that where we're sitting at right now? That needs to go down a little more right there. Yeah, so let's go ahead and get rid of this one because we've already breached that one. And as you can see, we're in this zone here. All right, and then above that, we're going to be going up to this level here. Final candle before the drop. So the rise up, but the final candle before the drop is there. And then let's go ahead and get the most recent high. And this is the high from January 17th, 2025. Now, there's a significant higher high in the past, but as you can see, this is a very key level. Price came down, broke into it, and then failed. So right now, we do need to break through this level, turn it instead of a resistance into a support. And that comes to us at quad 02645. Then our next level of resistance is going to be quad 02823. And that's number of Bitcoin to XRP. And what we'll do is we'll zoom out even farther, and we're going to be taking a look here at the weekly charts. So as we take a look at these charts here, this right here would be our area of our most recent high. So we're going to use that candle in this section here. We're going to go ahead and use our rectangle tool on the final candle, but with the all-time high or the recent high of the zone there. So we'll use this as the weekly charts. Let's get these smaller time frames out of here because we're in this zone. We're literally right there. So we are going to be running into a pretty significant resistance level here within the next couple of days, because what's happening right now is the fact that Bitcoin is still continuing to climb. It's actually having a small pullback right now. Someone did sell $1 billion worth of Bitcoin, but XRP is continuing to pump. So XRP is performing a tad bit better over the last couple of weeks than Bitcoin. But we have a level that, as we can see here, when price gets here, it rejects, it rejects, it rejects, it rejects. It got in here a little bit and then it rejected. Remember, this was back in December. And then, of course, in the beginning of January into February, but then we fell. So right now we are surging. We do need to break above this level right here, get into that big box. That's a quad 02587. Now, we have been talking, if you were watching Nick's video yesterday, you saw him talk about breaking into these high levels back from the 2017 surge to the upside. And when you take a look at this, we have, let's go ahead and box this candle off for ourselves right here. That's the last green candle before this down move. And if we look at how far away from this we are, we'll go ahead and get our percentage candles. Like, look at this, just getting into that box. That right there against Bitcoin would be a 400% move. So that would be a significant move against the dollar. And what's really exciting when we take a look at the charts right now, take a look at this. Our long-term bullish momentum came all the way down and retested this level, the zero line. It actually flipped red for just a moment. Now it's broken back up because of our last couple of weeks. Our short-term momentum, the green line, is definitely climbing for us very significantly and consistently, very positive. And even our midterm line is starting to really make that push to the upside. So significant amounts of opportunity here, because when we look at XRP versus the dollar, look at the green line already started climbing and the white line came along with it. And look at how strong this move has been. So we have 4 days, 23 hours left in this weekly candle. There's a couple of little spots here that need to be broken through. We have plenty of room to make this move. We just had a hidden bullish divergence on our Wolfpack indicator 2 weeks ago. So we can see this surge for sure. Like I said, getting us into these levels of 350 and then, of course, the 387 level. But this is going to be a super push to the next level up here, about 543. Now, will this happen this week? There's a possibility of this week definitely getting back to previous all-time highs. But with that, the new resistance line has grown. As you can see, it's on a trajected angle. So it would be a new all-time high in the $3.55 range.
Hey, bull runners, check this out. If you want to learn how to find the next 10x, 50x, or even 100x altcoin in this video, listen to this. Our research team posted GOAT on the 13th of October of 2024 when it was right at a penny, and since then it rallied to over $1 and is currently still up over 5,000%. That's like turning $1,000 into over $50,000. Our team called Pendle at only a $16 million market cap, or 16 cents, back on February 18th of 2023, all the way back here, and since then it's rallied up over 4,000%. That's a 40x. It's like turning $1,000 into over $40,000. Our team also called BitTensor Tau September 15th, 2022, before the token was ever even launched. And since then, Tau has rallied over 2,000%. That's a 20x. Our team even said Solana is most likely to be one of the easiest trades next year, and this was posted December 29th, 2022, on the day that Solana bottomed out at around $8. And since then, Solana looks like it's up over 2,500%. That's a 25x. It's like turning $1,000 into over $25,000. And the bull run is just getting started. The list goes on and on and on. Our team called Sui, Ondo, and even some of the biggest cult-based meme coins like MOG back in July 20th of 2023, the day that MOG launched. So if you want to learn how our team is finding these altcoins before they explode, we just launched Altcoin Pro University, where our research team gives you real-time altcoin picks with explosive potential for this bull run, along with 100+ expert curated classes crafted by industry experts to discover these gems yourself, on top of our live weekly calls every single week for in-depth crypto market analysis and daily updates. And that's just a fraction of what we offer inside of Altcoin Pro University. Just go through the link in the description below, get in right now, watch the 26-minute video covering everything that Altcoin Pro University offers.
John, well, lawmakers were
XRP, XLM, and XI are moving in lockstep. We see these three cryptos on the up. I'm your award-winning Stellar XLM crypto developer. We're developing our new ZIG3V3 DAC, and you should stay tuned to see how you could benefit from our airdrops. But before that,
I want to show you guys that what we predict and what we talk through in this sets us up to be 10 steps ahead of the retail crowd when you understand these things. First portion of the breakdown, we're going to do a complete fundamental overview. We're going to do a digest of everything that's been going on. We're going to take a look at the inflation in detail, what came out, what we were talking about before the inflation came out, all the little tiny tidbits of information that myself and Scalper were giving you guys, so that way you know you're part of a community that is locked the F in. Then we'll kind of full circle. We'll pay attention to what we're going to need to be mindful of tomorrow, as we do have some more inflation data on the horizon. More Fed speakers are also set to come out today and tomorrow that we need to be mindful of. Then we're going to take a look at the current tariff landscape, some of the recent announcements between the EU, other major jurisdictions like Mexico, Indonesia. Take a look at that landscape and the rhetoric that we're seeing from that. And then we'll also take a look at the geopolitical landscape, again, because these are all going to be things that we need to be mindful of moving forward for price direction, considering where we're currently at. Starting off here in the general chat, Scalper's been cooking. So here's Scalper with the timestamps. This is back from 8/12/2024, and Scalper was given these institutional levels of $123,000 per Bitcoin. Okay, so Scalper gave these levels months in advance, just to show you guys how accurate these institutional sell and buy levels are. So that was just one little example I wanted to give you guys. Then here more recently, this is from a conversation that took place just the other day on the 12th. Scalper was conversating in the chat with Kevin, and he was pretty much mentioning that once these highs are taken out in the total cryptocurrency market cap, we're most likely going to see some profit taking, hence a pullback in all assets, a very high probability if the market cannot break above institutional sell deltas. Again, now here we are, and we're seeing that slight profit taking environment. And then here, this is a report that I wrote out to you guys July 11th at 8:26 a.m., 4 minutes before the meat of the New York session starts trading, because it starts trading at 8:30 a.m. here Central Time, 9:30 a.m. on the East Coast, and then that would be, what is that, 3 hours behind, so 6:30 a.m. Pacific Time, right? If you head over to that specific report, I'd primarily mentioned to you guys that our upside targets for XRP was going to be $2.76 to the $3 range. Didn't give you guys any higher price targets than that in that specific report, because again, we had talked about we needed to see some significant bullish price action and bullish scenarios, supportive fundamentals that are going to take XRP's price action higher in order for us to see some higher prices. We stalled out at $3. Buyers were not able to make a bullish attempt to break above that and hold it as support. And since then, we have ranged below that. You can kind of see that right now, that level is still holding. We have not come back down into the deltas. We'll touch on this here in just a second. But to briefly talk about the fundamental landscape. So now you guys have seen technical analysis is extremely accurate in this community. Now let's focus on fundamentals. So again, combining all the things that we deliver in this community, this is yesterday's report. So I want to show you guys that what we predict and what we talk through in this sets us up to be 10 steps ahead of the retail crowd when you understand these things. And I'm going to show you all how these fundamental reports that I delivered to you guys are exactly what reports are coming out from a bank. This is an ING report. ING is an organization, a financial organization. If you guys don't know who they are, just go check them out. They're a valid financial institution. And word for word, a report that they wrote the day after our report here at CyberX mirrors exactly what we were telling you guys ahead of the curve. Okay, so just to show you guys that you're tapped in with institutional information, this is clutch stuff here. So yesterday when I mentioned our key focus ahead was the core CPI and PPI inflation data set to come out today on Tuesday. The main event for markets this week will be tomorrow's inflation data. And I said right here, the consensus expects the core CPI to tick up from 2.8% to 2.9% year over year. This slight increase, if realized, I highlighted in bold, is already priced in. Okay. And then right down here, we talk through different scenarios. And this scenario is the one that played out, a muted uptick that markets are slightly shrugging off. Where I said here, markets digest the data calmly and consolidation continues with no major risk off move. Expect a slight bullish increase or more sideways action across crypto until clearer narratives arrive, which is pretty much exactly what we're getting. You can see that this is pretty much consolidation price action. If you spread this out, XRP's price did not jump significantly up, breaking above sell deltas. It did not significantly depreciate in value, breaking below buy deltas. It's pretty much just ranging in a consolidation move, moving sideways in no man's land in between two deltas. So exactly the analysis that we had predicted has now been met. So now moving on, okay, this is something that I found, and I'm sitting there reading it this rising after I wrote my report to you guys on how the inflation data came out. And I went online to just look at some of the Twitter comments that are breaking. And you can see right here, one of the biggest followers or one of the biggest following communities in the crypto ecosystem, Watcher Guru, posted this out 3 hours ago. And it says, breaking, the US inflation rises to 2.7% higher than expectations. I'm not too entirely sure why they did this because this is false information. This is fear mongering. And this is the stuff that I was trying to tell you guys about, because market participants that are retail traders reading this would expect some significant or sharp sell-off, thinking that inflation data came out higher, when in reality, the data actually came out in line with the consensus. It came out exactly as the market had predicted, which is exactly what we talked about in yesterday's call, would be a key scenario that the market had already probably priced in, right? And so reading my report from today, I said to you guys, inflation came in line with the consensus. Both headline and core month-over-month CPI came in at 0.3% and 0.2% respectively, perfectly in line with the market forecast. Year-over-year inflation was 2.7% headline and 2.9% core, again matching or slightly under expectations. This suggests that inflation is still running modestly above the Fed's 2% target, but not accelerating out of control. Minimal tariff impact so far. Despite prior warnings, the tariff impact has been muted for now. Categories like vehicles, apparel, energy that saw declines and may stabilize, but there was no dramatic price spike in core goods. Goldman Sachs estimates a 0.0 pp contribution from tariffs to core CPI was not enough to push the number above consensus. This supports the view that tariffs are having a contained or lagging effect, at least in June. So let me full circle. The reason why I'm reading this is because I want to show you guys that we are beating the freaking banks. I've showed you guys that we're beating Coinbase with our fundamentals. I've showed you guys that we're beating freaking Uphold with our updates. Now I want to show you guys that we beat the banks. So look at the time. Oh, dang, the time isn't here when this came out. Bummer. Okay. So this report, I'm going to show you guys the timestamp, or at least try to, on Forex Factory when this report from ING came out. Mind you, I wrote this report today. If you scroll down, when I gave you guys the update on this, I gave you guys this report 8 minutes after the data came out today. Okay. So you can see that timestamp right there, 7:38 a.m. this report from Forex Factory that I gathered. If we come over here from Forex Factory, let's see if there's a timestamp on when this came out. Okay, here it is right here. So an hour and 47 minutes ago, was roughly about 9:50 a.m. Okay, so you can see that this report from ING, from a financial institution, was written 2 hours after the report that I gave you guys here at CyberX. Okay, the reason why that's so important is because if you look at what I said, shelter prices remain sticky. Shelter costs were flagged as a stubborn contributor, continuing to add upward pressure to core inflation. However, no new acceleration in inflation was reported, and overall, the core service inflation remained stable. Does this inflation data support or weigh on rate cut bets? Check mark. It supports rate cuts, but doesn't urgently accelerate them. The lack of a surprise of upside inflation keeps the door open for gradual rate cuts, but does not force the Fed's hand. Markets are now still pricing in 50 basis points of cuts in 2025. September cut odds stand at 60%, slightly down from earlier this week at 65%. Powell's patient stance remains valid as inflation shows no major reacceleration. A print of 0.3% or higher in core CPI could have undermined those expectations, but the 0.2% result buys the Fed time and will likely keep gains on the table for risk assets. Only thing that would kill risk sentiment after this report is hawkish Fed comments or negative tariff headlines. I do not see this inflation report having a major negative impact. Even though it does not support July rate cuts, it still keeps the door open for possible cuts later this year. Sellers are still defending higher prices in crypto for now, but it does not seem like buyers have completely lost control yet. Risk assets and market implications. The markets are likely to take this data in stride, with equities and crypto supported by the fact that inflation is not spiraling out of control. Bond yields remain in range bound as rate cut expectations are not drastically altered. So all these little tiny key talking points, watch when I go read the bank report that came out 2 hours after ours, literally word for word says the same exact thing. The US dollar might the US dollar might firm slightly, but overall, risk on assets should maintain support in the absence of a negative surprise. Monitor trade headlines moving forward today for further market movement. We aren't seeing any aggressive buying after the data, so we need to be patient. Key summary points: inflation increased modestly, but was in line with forecast. There was no clear signal that tariffs are dramatically impacting prices yet, and Fed rate cut odds are still intact, but not accelerated by this data. And so here again, you can see that Watcher Guru has literally millions of followers, I'm pretty sure, and they literally lied to the general public today. So I went in and showed reports that I read where you can see that this is directly from CNBC. The numbers were right in line with the Dow Jones consensus. Yet Watcher Guru told everybody that they came out above market expectations. No. The market yesterday already priced in that the inflation was going to come in at 2.7%, slightly higher, which is why yesterday, before the data came out, we saw selling, and today we haven't really seen any aggressive sell pressure. It's because all the institutions sold yesterday because they priced the data in, right? You can see here, these are the readings from Trading Economics. The consensus here, I highlighted in bold, is 2.7. The data came out at 2.7. And then some of the other readings, the core inflation month over month and the core inflation rate year over year, actually came out slightly below the consensus. So you can see here, the consensus was that the reading was going to come out a 0.1% increase, but actually in the figures that printed, we saw a slight decrease. So that is what kept the rate cut bets on the table in today's inflationary report, where this inflationary report shows a mixed figure. The inflation rate year over year did come out slightly higher than the previous reading, and so did the core month over month and year over year, but the month over month and year over year inflation rate did come out slightly below the consensus, which kept those rate cut bets on the table today. Here's another report. It says that Secretary Scott Bessent mentioned that one high inflationary figure, right? He wouldn't put too much emphasis on it, which is exactly what we talked about yesterday. We wanted to see market participants say. We wanted to see them say that one inflationary report coming out skewed to the upside is not going to have any market deterioration sentiment on the rate cut bets. And that's exactly what we got today. I shared that video breakdown for you guys in the chat this morning. Then here you can also see, this is a report from yesterday. inflation in the US was expected to rise at an annual rate of 2.7% in June. The overall inflation rate is expected to tick up further away from the Fed's 2% target. So I always like to put my money where my mouth is at. Watcher Guru straight up freaking lied to people today. So that was just mind-blowing to see, which confirmed my analysis that I really truly think that these influencers are like paid actors in the market to try to manipulate people into not understanding these markets properly. It's really truly mind-blowing to me. So moving on, now that you guys have all that information, let's come over here and let me read this report directly from a financial institution. Again, keep in mind that came out 2 hours after the report that I gave you in the Community This Rising. A slightly softer than expected June core inflation reading keeps alive the chances of a September Federal Reserve interest rate cut. But the risks is that we get less benign prints for July and August. That means we will need to see clear evidence of softer jobs figures to trigger Fed actions before December. I'm going to highlight that in purple here because now moving forward, the reason why it's important to pay attention to these bank reports is because now what tomorrow do we have to pay attention to? And what is the first major impactful report that we need to be mindful of reading this highlight that we're going to get in the first week of August? Can anybody tell me? Let me ask that question again. If financial institutions like ING are telling us—
Tariffs?
Hold on, Rob. Hold on. Let me ask the question again. That was not the right answer, but definitely you're on the right thinking path. If a financial institution is telling us here that we need to see clear evidence of softer jobs figures to trigger Fed action before December, what financial reports now do we need to be more mindful of moving forward?
The labor markets.
Labor market data. You see how easy this stuff is? So that means, right, let's do a forward outlook. What do we have tomorrow? Wait, what's tomorrow? Wednesday. Sorry, excuse me. What do we have Thursday? We have labor market figures with unemployment claims. We have one more unemployment claims figure before the end of July after that. And then the first week of August, every Friday that we get, the first week of the month, every Friday, what report do we get? Can somebody tell me? It's the first Friday of every single month. What do we get?
Isn't the JOLTS opening? The JOLTS figure job opening?
Close, D'Angelo. JOLTS jobs figures is in that same first week of the month, but that's not what we get every Friday, but close. NFP, right? So JOLTS jobs figures and ADP non-farm payroll comes out before NFP. Usually JOLTS comes out on Tuesday, the first Tuesday of every single month. And then ADP comes out either the first Wednesday or Thursday of every single month. And then every single Friday, the first Friday of every single month, we get the NFP report and unemployment rates. And so now moving forward, we can see directly from a financial institution where their focus is going to shift. If the inflation reading was not enough to shake rate cut bets, that means rate cut bets are still going to remain on the table. But if we want to see the Fed actually commit to rate cuts, we need to see cooling in the labor market. So now that is going to be where our focus shifts in our reports. When I go in and I write the reports for you guys moving forward in weeks ahead, you guys are going to see me highlight that, right? So I'm just trying to give you a perspective on how I pick apart these fundamentals. As we continue down here, it says, this sub-consensus core CPI figure in May give President Trump an excuse to launch another salvo at Jerome Powell, but we always suspected it would be 3 months from April, May before the tariffs show up in force. That means the July, August, and September CPI reports are where we will see a potential for a 0.4% plus month print. President Trump has been pushing the Fed to cut rates by 200 to 300 basis points immediately. And in two of his appointees to the FOMC from his presidential term, Chris Waller and Michelle Bowman, suggest that they could vote in favor of rate cuts as soon as July at the FOMC meeting. However, the rest of the committee feels that they have time to wait, especially in light of the recent firmer than expected June jobs report. Then right down here, it says, we doubt that they will have enough evidence to be certain of that by the September FOMC meeting, so we will need to see some significant weakness in jobs to trigger a rate cut at that point. So yet here again, they mentioned for the second time in a row that we need to see weaker jobs reports in order to see a rate cut from the Fed. Remember, I told you guys that when these institutions repeat something, you should be paying attention to it. So I highlighted that in bold. Then if we continue down here, it says, to finish this off, nonetheless, interest rate cuts will eventually come. the cooler growth environment with a softer jobs narrative and weaker wage pressures will help ensure that inflation is indeed temporary. Moreover, the shifting dynamics of the housing market will mean housing costs, which have been a major driver of inflation in recent years, will increasingly become a source of disinflationary pressure, as hinted in the chart above, using the Cleveland Fed's new tenant series rising. With the risk that employment does start to climb later in the year in response to intensifying growth headwinds, we believe that the Fed will be in a much more comfortable place cutting rates from the December FOMC meeting, kicking off with the 50 basis point move. So what did I say to you guys in my analysis today, right? I said to you guys that the inflationary report actually did not have a negative effect on the market sentiment, and that rate cut bets are still on the table, word for word. Yet here you see a freaking channel with millions of followers lying to people. Then you see a bank report mirroring exactly what I told you guys, that rate cut bets are still on the table, albeit they're slightly pushed back. We still just need to see more data before the Fed actually commits to cutting rates. And that data that we now need to focus on is going to be on the August and September inflation that we're going to get and the labor market figures moving forward, right? But overall, they pretty much word for word said exactly what I said, that the inflationary today actually came out modest and slightly lower and in line with expectations, and that rate cut bets are still on the table. So it was just great to see a bank report come out in line with the reports that I give you guys before any of this stuff really kicks off, prior to the New York trading session started today. And it just goes on to solidify everything that I'm doing here for you guys, and that myself and Scalper are putting out in terms of real valid institutional information, and not just this hypey bullcrap that people pay attention to because it sparks dopamine and they think they're going to make money from it. It's wild. So that was that. Okay, moving on. I still hold the bullish narrative in crypto. Why? Because the total cryptocurrency market cap has not broken higher time frame structure. So if we take a look at higher time frame structure, yesterday, remember in our Zoom call, I specifically highlighted, you guys can see here, I specifically highlighted this higher low area of interest as our first area where the market could pull back and we could see buyers defend. And today, sure enough, we can see that buyers defended exactly from those levels. If we jump down to the lower time frame, you can see that sellers tried to overpower buyers, not once, but twice here at these levels, and buyers are still defending. So as long as these prices hold, we can expect, again, that the path of least resistance is skewed to the upside, especially considering that today's fundamentals did not completely deteriorate the sentiment that the Fed is going to be allowed or able to cut rates later this year, right? Same thing with XRP. I still firmly believe that the path of least resistance is to the upside as long as price remains above buy deltas. Every single time that price does retrace after buyers make an attempt to break above the most recent sell delta, which is $3, you can see they made an attempt here. They failed. Sellers defended. Once price got pushed back down into a delta, buyers came back in, made another attempt. So this shows buyers' intent to push price action higher and not allow sellers to gain the upper hand in the markets right now. And that, as of today, is still holding weight. We can see that sellers tried to make another attempt to overpower buyers, but buyers are still coming in and they're making an attempt to defend, and we're not breaking previous bullish structure. Previous bullish structure, you can see, exists in the form of higher highs and higher lows. Always try to make an attempt to digest those higher highs and higher lows on the 4-hour time frame and above, right? So you can see here, right now, this is the most recent higher low that XRP would need to break in order for us to start to shift that bullish ideology, and that is yet to take place. So we cannot trade against that narrative or that trend. We need to maintain and hold that narrative and that trend until proven otherwise. So that level comes in at about $2.75. As of right now, price action is still holding above that. That means that buyers, if they do, could make another attempt to break these highs. If we end up breaking these highs, retesting $3, that would open the door for the next sell delta, which immediately comes in at about $3.16. Okay. I'm going to take it right there. Like I said, I'm not going to do a deep technical analysis dive on XRP right now. The yesterday's report and the reports from that prior are pretty much the same. We're still looking at these levels of sentiment sours, anywhere between $2.56 to $2.26 for a possible pullback and re-entry if the market sentiment does sour. and we see a day where we get $100 billion plus wiped out from the market. And if not, then the path of least resistance is going to remain to the upside above 275. It's very simplistic, right? And if we don't break above $3, then we're probably just going to see ranging price action. We're just going to continue to see buyers make continued attempts to break $3, sellers defend, and then heading into Thursday and Friday, the market's just going to keep looking like this. All right. We need to see some type of catalyst, whether it be a bullish one or a bearish one, completely shift the market dynamics from today's landscape. And we have yet to see that right now. With that being said, moving over into the tariff announcements and what to be mindful of tomorrow. Tomorrow, we have more inflationary figures to be mindful of. We have the core PPI and the PPI month over month, year over year figures. The ideal rainbow scenario, just like today, we would like to see figures that come out below the previous reading and below the market forecast. That would show that there are no inflationary impacts from tariffs. That would solidify the FOMC meeting in minutes. Fed speaker's perspective last week that said that tariff worries are behind us. They don't think that inflation is going to be negatively impacted from tariffs, and that would support risk assets. We could see a scenario like we saw today, where we see mixed readings. Some of the figures in inflation coming out slightly higher, and some coming out slightly lower, and that would probably just continue to support the narrative that the Fed will eventually be able to cut rates. However, rate cuts would not be imminent, and that would most likely just keep price action range bound. And then the worst case scenario is if the core PPI comes out significantly higher than both the previous and the forecast, and that does significantly weigh on those rate cut bets. Right now, the likelihood of 2 rate cuts or 50 basis points of cuts from the Fed is still on the table. If we saw higher PPI figures tomorrow, maybe the odds of 2 rate cuts dwindles down to only a 25 basis point cut or 1 cut this year, and that weighs on market sentiment. So that would be the worst case scenario, right? So that's what we're going to be mindful of tomorrow for the inflationary figures. We also have multiple Fed speakers tomorrow as well. We have Fed member Barkin and we have Fed member Barr speaking tomorrow, along with Fed Williams as we roll over into Asia session. So we will be mindful of any of their comments surrounding monetary policy, inflationary outlook, economic stability, labor market data, so on and so forth. Do their comments support rate cuts or do they not support rate cuts? If their comments support rate cuts, then it's most likely going to help support risk assets. Inversely, if they don't, they push back on the idea that the Fed is in a position to cut rates this year, it's going to most likely weigh on risk assets and be something that boosts demand for the dollar or other safe haven currencies. Looking at the tariff front right now, we're seeing headlines from the EU. We saw headlines this week from Indonesia and the United States. And then we also are seeing headlines from Canada in the United States. Outside of that, all other major jurisdictions are still on standby, and Mexico. We'll get into all those in a second. Outside of that, all of the jurisdictions are kind of on standby, and we're still on that teeter-totter between possibly seeing positive negotiations or a complete fallout in trade talks. So starting with the EU. Here you can see in this report, this is from today, July 15th. This is the most recent update that I could find. It says, Lars, the foreign minister of Denmark, which recently assumed the presidency of the EU, said, the ministers vowed to work together in negotiating a trade deal with Washington or agreeing on countermeasures. I want you guys to tell me, and I'm going to highlight this using either red or green. Do you think that this sentence right here, I highlighted it in yellow, but do you think this sentence right here is supportive of a risk-on mood or risk-off? Can someone tell me?
Supportive.
It's supportive, right? Good job, D'Angelo. Why? Because it literally says that they are still trying to work together to negotiate a trade deal. That is positive rhetoric. That is not negative. That is positive. So we're going to change that now to green. I'm just trying to show you guys how you can start to pick apart these highlights so you can paint the picture for yourself. And you don't always need to rely on my updates. And I'm trying to teach you guys how you can do this yourselves and be just as effective and efficient as me and Scalper. Next, the EU remains ready to react. That includes robust and proportionate countermeasures if required, and there was a strong feeling in the room of unity Rizmoon told, I'm sorry, I'm butchering this person's name. Rizmoon told reporters after the meeting. Do you think that this supports risk on or weighs on risk sentiment? I'll read it again. The EU remains ready to react, and that includes robust and proportionate countermeasures if required, and there was a strong feeling of unity in the room.
I call it negative.
Red. Red? Okay. I'd say that that's neutral. I agree with you that it does hint at a possible negative tone, but why do you guys think I'm going neutral with this? And I'll leave it yellow.
Well, because they say they're ready to react. So if we get a good reaction and we meet up, come in the middle, then they're going to agree to it. Yeah.
Right. Good job. Right. Really easy. So it's not negative, albeit it could possibly be negative, but it could also be positive if they don't need to react with any retaliatory measures. So they do mention that they are ready to react, but they haven't mentioned yet that they are going to react. So we never want to jump ahead of the markets. Go ahead, D'Angelo.
When you see words like if, wouldn't that just automatically jump at you as this sounds is a neutral outlook, given, you know, what they're pretty much mentioning within this statement of the report? Because that, to me, that makes sense.
Yes, but at the same time, it's kind of like you got to decipher the context after what comes next of that if. So like if it's like if, you know, but yeah, I get what you're saying. If is definitely one of those like neutral vocabulary words for sure. All right, next little tiny statement. It says, the tariffs also announced for Mexico are set to start on August 1st and could make everything from French cheese and Italian leather goods to German electronics and Spanish pharmaceuticals more expensive in the US and destabilize economies from Portugal to Norway. Meanwhile, Brussels decided to suspend retaliatory tariffs on US goods scheduled to take effect on Monday in hopes of reaching a trade deal with the Trump administration by the end of the month. Do you guys think that this sentence right here is positive leaning or negative leaning?
Positive.
Positive, right? Meanwhile, Brussels decided to suspend retaliatory tariffs, that is a positive statement right there, on U.S. goods scheduled to take effect Monday in hopes of reaching a trade deal, that is positive, hopes of reaching a trade deal with Trump administration by the end of the month. So we're going to go ahead and highlight that in green. That is a more supportive of a continued risk-on environment. Last but not least, the countermeasures by the EU, which negotiates trade deals on behalf of its 27 member countries, will be delayed until August 1st. So all in all, right, the reason why I just did this for you guys is because when you're reading these fundamentals, I don't sit here and do this in real time, like highlight. My brain just does this. So when I go in and I type out fundamentals for you guys, and I see that in my brain, I highlighted this fundamental piece as more yellow and green, neutral and positive, then when I go out and tell you guys, hey, the sentiment today is going to be risk on, this is why, because you see no red here, right? There's no red. Now, if this report looked like this, in my brain, when I'm highlighting it for you guys, where I see key vocabulary that's more risk off in neutral or risk off totally, then when I type out my reports to you guys, I'm going to be like, hey guys, today the environment is most likely risk off. Is that hopefully what I just did for you guys just then paints a clear picture on how my brain analyzes these reports and what you kind of need to do moving forward to pick apart these fundamental dynamics, right? Heading over to another one. We're not going to do that now, just that one report. I wanted to kind of show you guys that example so that way you can use those tactics moving forward. This is another one where President Donald Trump said on Tuesday, today, the United States has reached a trade agreement with Indonesia, but there's one of those key vocab words, but he offered no details, including how comprehensive a deal might be, any possible term, or when any provisions might take effect. Do you guys, would you classify this as more positive, negative, or neutral? I'll read it one more time. President Donald Trump said Tuesday that the United States has reached a trade agreement with Indonesia, but he offered no details, including how comprehensive a deal might be, any possible terms, or when any provisions might take effect.
Neutral?
Yeah. Neutral.
Good job. I'd say it's neutral to positive leaning. I'd say that it's neutral with a positive tone. So good job, right? So if you're doing this analysis in your mind, you could be like, that's like kind of in between, but it's definitely not negative. So I'd say it's pretty neutral. Pretty much has a muted effect on fundamentals, doesn't really impact price, but at the same time, doesn't really weigh on the market sentiment, right? Great deal for everybody, just made with Indonesia. I dealt directly with their highly respected president, Trump wrote on social media, deals to follow. So we're going to be mindful of any of those announcements moving forward. The reason why it's important to read these things is because it gives us insights to be mindful of. We now know that we need to be paying attention to True social media whenever he updates us on the deal of whatever he just made with Indonesia. Okay. This marks Trump's fourth trade agreement announcement in 3 months. He had said previously promised dozens of deals with U.S. trading partners over that time frame, but that has been proven tough to reach. Next, this is a report from Canada. So this is from today, July 15th, and it says, most countries will likely have to accept some baseline tariff rate on their goods by the United States. Excuse me. Prime Minister Mark Carney signaled to the market on Tuesday morning on his way to a meeting with his cabinet on Parliament Hill. There's not much evidence at the moment from the deal agreements and negotiations with the Americans for any country or any jurisdiction to get a deal without tariffs, Carney said in French, when asked whether he believes it is possible to have the levies removed entirely. So I'm just going to leave that yellow, as we haven't really seen anything come into fruition yet. There have been no deals, no negotiations between any country or jurisdiction he's mentioning. So albeit it's not really positive, it's not really net negative either, because we don't know what's going on. Carney also told reporters before Tuesday's cabinet meeting that he expects talks with the United States will intensify in the coming weeks. So the reason, why do you guys think I highlighted that out of this report? Carney also told reporters before Tuesday cabinet meetings that he expects talks with the United States will intensify in the next few weeks.
Sounds good for possible deals being made.
Good job, Dana, right? It just gives us an insight into a time horizon as to when we need to be paying attention to these things, which is another little tiny key piece of vocab that you guys want to start to pay attention to, is when these things are going to take place. When they give you guys dates, like it says here, before July 21st, well, if we look at the date, July 21st is pretty much in a week from now. And so if they're telling us in the coming weeks, we could see an announcement, this could be a key date to keep on our radar, or maybe even August 1st. As you can see here, it mentions 2 dates, by July 21st or August 1st, right? So we now know that in the next couple of weeks, possibly trading days or sessions, we still need to be attentive to possible trade negotiations that could be announced with Canada that could move the markets, right? Outside of that, that's really all that I gathered from this report. So you can see how much fluff is in these reports, and you can see the important parts of these reports. Last but not least, on the Mexico front, very simplistic, following President Donald Trump's announcement on Saturday to impose a 30% tariff on imports from Mexico. Where the Mexican government currently stands is that they are currently working with the U.S. to secure a trade deal before the August 1st deadline. So yet again, really the only thing that I highlighted out of this entire report is that we are still set to see a deal announced between Mexico and the United States before August 1st. So again, just a key fundamental date and neutral commentary from the Mexico-US trade front. Outside of that, that's all that I have in terms of the tariff updates as of time of recording. We have still yet to see tariff updates from Japan. We still need to see what's going on with China, India, and some other major jurisdictions. So still just remain attentive. I will continue to update you guys as things continue to move on. On the geopolitical forefront, we're not seeing any negative surprises on the geopolitical front, and instead we're actually seeing some positive rhetoric. This was a recent report from July 15th. Iran is open to dialogue and is seriously pursuing diplomacy, President Massoud said as he set out his aim for a resumption of nuclear talks, while warning that Iran would defend the nature of rights of its people. Why it matters. Iran's president signaled a more diplomatic tone amid heightened tension and distrust over nuclear negotiations weeks before both the United States and Israel launched strikes amid ending Iran's nuclear program. His remarks suggest Iran is looking to ease international pressure and avoid escalation. What would you guys say that last statement is? Bullish, bearish, neutral, dovish? What do you guys say? Green, red? His remarks suggest Iran is looking to ease international pressure and avoid escalation.
Bullish.
Right?
Bullish.
That's positive. That is a supportive of a continued risk-on sentiment. That is a tailwind where if it was affirmed or confirmed or announced, it would support continued risk-on optimism, right? Resuming talks is key to enabling verification of Iran's nuclear program after it suspended its cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency following the Israel and U.S. strikes on its nuclear facilities. Last but not least, one thing that we are definitely going to start being mindful of is this announcement. I'm not going to read this entire thing, but remember in yesterday's report, Trump announced the possibility of 100% tariffs on Russia, which would be freaking insane if they did come into fruition. Definitely a catalyst that we need to be mindful of. But long story short, right now, Russia is taking President Trump's statements very serious, and they are on the brink of determining how they are going to react to this, whether or not they're going to retaliate, how they're going to respond. Pretty much overnight, they responded with continued attacks on Ukrainian forces. So the war continues. Albeit right now, this is not having a negative impact on price action. If the rhetoric between the two jurisdictions intensifies moving forward, we do know, and hopefully you guys understand, that it could be a catalyst that weighs on sentiment. So for now, I highlighted this pretty much entire thing in yellow. And moving forward, if we see any negative announcements or headlines between Russia, Ukraine, and the United States, debacle escalating further, it's something that we just need to be mindful of. And if not, then we'll continue to price it in as neutral or possibly supportive, considering any ceasefire announcements or lower tariffs from Trump's recent threat of 100%. So just be mindful of that, okay? We are paying attention to any Russia retaliations from Trump's comments yesterday. This motherfucker, this Trump dude, he's crazy. Fucking crazy. Did you see what he said on Truth Social Media the other day? He laughed and was like, ha ha ha, when I speak, I move the markets. Oh man, it kills me. We're at such a time to be alive right now. Okay, so to wrap up that fundamental breakdown before I leave the floor open for questions in terms of fundamentals, all right? The landscape today painted a mixed picture, but did not weigh on the current market sentiment. Yes, yesterday we saw some profit taking, which is normal considering that we tapped into new all-time highs on Bitcoin, where if you go back and you look, Scalper had identified that sell orders, you have to remember, these are sell orders that literally just sit at these price levels where institutions with so much money in these markets have major positions just sitting there waiting for price to come up into them to defend. Well, that level was hit yesterday on Bitcoin. So of course, or was it the day before? So of course, what do we see? Some slight profit taking. But we have not seen enough sell pressure to completely change our current market sentiment from bullish to bearish. In order for that to happen, we need to see all the fundamentals that I just mentioned completely deteriorate market sentiment. That means tariff negotiations radically spiraling out of control, higher tariffs imposed between multiple jurisdictions, higher inflation tomorrow, continued hawkish Fed comments, which we have yet to see as of right now. Maybe labor market data on Thursday. We'll get to that. I don't want to get too ahead of the curve. We'll talk about that in tomorrow's report. And then any escalations in geopolitical tensions, all of those things driving more demand for safe haven and less of an appetite for risk assets. We have yet to see that yet. So that means that right now we're going to continue to hold on to the narrative that the uptrend is going to continue after this slight pullback and after the bulls find support or find a price level in either the form of deltas or buy volume that they feel comfortable enough defending their previous buy positions at. All right. Moving forward tomorrow, like I mentioned, PPI data, Fed rhetoric, tariff updates, and geopolitical tensions are going to remain on the forefront. I'm not going to type out a report today because there's just so many moving pieces of the puzzle. I feel like if I type a report out now, by the time we roll over into Asia session, I'm going to have to update that. So I'm just going to hold off on that. Just know that tomorrow we're pretty much going to be mindful of the same scenarios that we got in today's inflationary report. Again, the ideal scenario tomorrow for us to see a massive bullish continued move in crypto would be if we get lower inflationary figures that come out both below previous readings and below market expectations. if we got dovish Fed comments from multiple Fed speakers supporting rate cuts in 2025. If we got no new tariff escalation tensions or announcements, or we saw solidification that these major jurisdictions like the EU, Japan, any of those major jurisdictions can come to cahoots with each other and agree on tariffs that both benefit either jurisdiction. And then obviously, of course, ceasefire talks, continued Iran negotiations with nuclear agreements, or any just announcement that things are remaining contained. Those four factors would continue to drive risk on sentiment. And if any of those things change or shift to the opposite spectrum, we could see more continued profit taking and a shift back into safe haven assets. Okay. So outside of that, that's what we're going to monitor right now. I'll leave the floor open for questions in terms of fundamentals. And then if not, there's no questions, we'll shift over into the second portion of today's breakdown. And I'm going to stop this recording.
Welcome back. The House today expected to vote again on landmark cryptocurrency bills after failing to advance them to the debate stage yesterday. President Trump met with a number of holdouts last night, telling Truth Social and writing this: after a short discussion, they have all agreed to vote tomorrow morning in favor of the rule. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, was at the meeting via telephone and looks forward to taking the vote as early as possible. The Clarity Act, the Genius Act, and the Anti-Central Bank Digital Currency Surveillance State Act all aim to create a more structured and transparent digital market. Joining me now is South Carolina Senator Tim Scott. He is chairman of the Senate Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs Committee. Mr. Chairman, great to see you this morning. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning, Maria. Thanks for having me.
I want to get your take on what's going on in the House and why the House does not want to see these bills tied to what the Senate has put out.
Well, let's first start with the fact that President Trump might be the greatest closer in American history. He keeps pulling rabbits out the hat. It is fantastic. And why is it so important? This is going to be the crypto capital of the world. America will be the crypto capital of the world, which means prices will go down, access will go up. This is important for us to get both the Genius Act and Clarity done, because first, Genius Act is the first step forward in this new crypto capital. The second piece, market structure, has to happen, and our guiding principles coming forward by the end of this week.
Yeah, I mean, one holdout appears to be that the Senate stablecoin legislation, the bill, does not include a ban on the Federal Reserve issuing a central bank cryptocurrency. The House included that in their version. Now, we don't expect the Federal Reserve to move to actually issue a digital dollar. But what about that? People are worried about the Federal Reserve coming out with this central bank cryptocurrency and using it as a surveillance tool like China does.
Yes. One of the things that we said in Genius Act, and we have to give a lot of credit to Bill Hagerty on working on this legislation. The Genius Act simply says that nothing in this bill actually expands the authority at the Federal Reserve. So they do not have expansive authority. They cannot go in that direction. So we wanted to make sure that it was crystal clear. The House wants to double down and do it again. I get that. That's not a bad move at all. But let's be clear. The Genius Act already speaks to not allowing the Federal Reserve to expand their authority. And finally, let me just say this, Maria. The Federal Reserve, they should get back to calling balls and strikes and doing their job as an umpire. Watching the Fed be politicized under President Biden and then frankly stepping away from all things common sense like lowering interest rates under President Trump, they should get back to doing their jobs. I
mean, what about this idea that you can combine these bills? Some conservatives want the stablecoin legislation to be married to the Clarity Act out of the House. How much difficulty would that create in the Senate to get these passed if they're married?
Well, Maria, yeah, marriage is a good thing. I just did it about a year ago. But one of the things we don't want to do is have a marriage in the Senate, between the Clarity Act and the Genius Act, because the person presiding over that wedding would be Elizabeth Warren. I can't imagine a worse situation in all of politics than having Elizabeth Warren be the person presiding over the Clarity Act and the Genius Act coming together. Therefore, taking market structure, the Clarity Act, taking it in a silo and letting it be the foundation of what we get accomplished for market structure is the fastest path to the crypto capital of the world being America. Getting Genius Act signed into law, hopefully by the end of this week, is a first step, a serious step that tells the market we can get the job done. President Trump's leadership is absolutely necessary, and we're seeing why the American people, this working class coalition, made him president. It is really good news for the American people, and frankly, it actually helps to keep the reserve currency of the world, the U.S. dollar.
Yeah, it's a great point because the stablecoin legislation is backed by the dollar. There's also that sort of embedded embedded expectation that it's also increasing demand for treasuries, right?
You got it. Remember, that's why everybody says you're so smart. That is exactly what I was trying to say. You just said it better. I'm not even going to try to repeat it. You're 100% right.
Okay. Do you have any plans to introduce any other market structure legislation? The CFTC are two overseers, and people aren't sure who's going to oversee what.
Yeah, that's exactly why our discussion draft that comes out by the end of this week is so critically important. It gives the market an opportunity to take a look, allows members to take a look, and frankly, we've been working hand in glove with the White House as well as the House. I met yesterday with Speaker Johnson. We're all on the same page. The foundation of our market structure is the Clarity Act. Good news. This is showing the American people that the Republican Party under President Trump, we can lead to the best future possible. But absolutely, if you think about the highways coming forward, you have one highway, which is the SEC. The other highway is the CFTC. The question is, how do we determine what assets go in which direction?
Yeah.
The market structure legislation is the way we get that done.
So, I mean, you know, one is going to oversee securities. One is supposed to be overseeing commodities. Do we need all those highways? And I just spoke with the president of Circle, who, of course, is the largest stablecoin issuer. And I asked him the question about a potential merger. Watch what he said. Listen to this, Senator. So I had Paul Atkins here, and we talked about the regulatory framework. And I wonder if you would support a merger of the SEC and the CFTC. Should the SEC acquire the CFTC?
Or perhaps the other way around. Many market participants would say that. Look, I think there are more important things to do than to worry about the government. Possibly down the road, but I think at this point in time, getting the law right for the industry, getting the law right for the American people is more important than sort of Washington housekeeping.
Well, Senator, is that something that you would support, the CFTC acquiring the SEC, merging them so that it's not this, unknown who's doing what?
Well, Maria, I think the most important question is history. Unfortunately, this is a history question because under Gary Gensler at the SEC, he weaponized the power of the government against the crypto universe as we know it. CFTC, they were more positive and kind towards the industry. They frankly were just doing their job. And so the question is, can we not put in place rules of the road that will impact both the SEC and the CFTC and not allow a weaponization of any of the government agencies against people they don't like or industry they don't like? That's exactly what happened under President Biden. He weaponized everything from the Department of Justice against President Trump to SEC and the CFTC to a lesser extent against the cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
This is why, as chairman of the banking committee, I focus my attention on being agnostic. We don't want government picking winners and losers. We want the market to pick winners and losers.
Yeah, it's a great point. And thank you for getting into the weeds with us on that, because I know some of this is a little wonky.
Of course.
But as your role in terms of oversight, in terms of the banking sector, I want to get your take on capital rules and how the regulatory framework should change for the banking sector. In your view, you've got a little more balance now on the Fed with Mickey Bowman there as the governor. But of course, you know what the Federal Reserve has been doing. Your thoughts on oversight of the banking sector?
Yeah, let me just break it down into two big categories. Number one, thank God Mickey Bowman is now the vice chairman of supervision. She's doing a much better job than her predecessor. That's number one. Number two, what is she doing? Well, Basel III was the proposal set aside to determine the amount of capital that needed to be put on the sidelines. We've already have enough capital on the sidelines, which means that fewer people can get a home become a homeowner, and fewer people can start a small business. By making sure that the market meets the moment and that our institutions are safe, but that the level of capital on the sideline is not oppressive, allows for businesses to continue to boom, folks to become homeowners, fulfilling their desire to live the American dream. That means that the Basel III needed to be thrown out. It has been thrown out.
Yeah.
And it needs to be reintroduced. It will be reintroduced. That will help us determine how our financial institutions have the appropriate level of capital.
Yeah.
So this is a good start. And then there's another step towards the major financial institutions that is actually being looked at right now by the Fed.
What's the other one?
Well, it's what they're basically doing is look at the larger banks of determining the capital requirements there as well. What we really want to do is to bifurcate this conversation from my perspective. Community banks are where you find greatest access for capital for small business owners.
Oh, great
in order
point.
for us to make sure that they are not burdened by the larger institutions in the same level of prudential standards. The only way to do that is to bifurcate our institutions as from a regulatory standpoint. Under President Biden, there was just this oppressive force, not just on our GSIBs or our largest banks, but all the way down to our community banks and our credit unions.
It's a
in
great
order
point.
for us to eliminate that, we need to separate the two institutions and make sure that if you're not actually going to have a negative impact on our economy, a bank of 10 billion, 5 billion, they don't move, they don't even create a wave.
Yeah.
We need to be right where we are, looking at the major institutions. Basel III, repropose, good news. Let's leave our community banks alone. Better news.
That makes a lot of sense. I mean, obviously, a community bank is not going to have the same issues that a J.P. Morgan is going to have with all the assets that they are overseeing. Senator, it's great to talk with you this morning. Thanks so much for explaining all of that with us. We appreciate your time.
I haven't even followed it. I'm gonna do it right now.
Man, you gotta follow me at Rex Jones News with the Z.
I'm gonna follow my own instruction at Rex Jones News with a Z.
Yes, NEWZ. That's Rex Jones, REX JONES, NEWZ.
You don't even show up on the search results.
Well, that just means I'm getting started, man. You know, I gotta get my numbers up. I used to have like 77,000 on Twitter, but in 2021 it was a different time.
You'll build that back up.
Yes.
You'll build that back up with the help of our audience. Go today. You can be one of the first 1,000 followers to Rex at Rex Jones News with a Z. Now we got to take some of these calls. These guys have been holding on
Let's do it. Let's
for
shoot.
a while. And let's go to Tucson Jones in Arizona on line 10 because he thinks that Epstein is a distraction. I want to get your response to this. Tucson Jones, thanks for calling in. Love your name. You're on the air.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Of course.
I just need to get out of the hallway here. You guys got me on the subscription for Methylene Blue. Thank you very much. Now I'm in the hallway. I can speak openly. This is Tucson Jones. I just want to let you guys know we need to stop focusing on these things that are distracting. What's really important, our family, our brothers. Get to know your neighbors. Are they friends? Are they foes? Can you count on them? That's all that really matters. All this stuff is a big distraction. I love you guys.
Well, thank you. Love you too. What do you think? Epstein as a distraction?
I don't agree with that take at all. Let me tell you something right now. This is the most important story of our century currently. It's the Rosetta Stone proving that all these people are corrupt pedophiles. I agree with you in the sense that community needs to be strong, and we definitely need to do a better job of promoting that. I do agree with that point. But what you talk about with the community is what the government is doing and how to stop it. So I agree with the spirit of the call. I don't agree with the informational take. I think it's very important to discuss things that are happening in a non-domestic context. I feel like as Americans, we really are the new Rome, and it's all about the empire and what the Republic is doing. No, Like, we got threats on our border, we got threats around the world, and we're causing most of those things to happen because people just aren't politically aware. And this is like the thing that I saw in 2020 with the MAGA movement, where everyone was like dancing around. You had these like middle-aged women twerking to Trump rap in the streets. Like, yeah, man, like, community's great. This is not how wars are won. It takes money to.
It feels like it's coming. When that is, I mean, most of my work suggests that, you know, this year should continue and maybe even the first 2 quarters of next year.
So I've decided not to predict publicly where I think Bitcoin's going to go, but I do think the second half of this year will be a explosive up move. But if Bitcoin were to go to, say, 500,000 by the end of this year, not predicting, I'm just saying if it did, because of a short squeeze, which I think is going to happen at some point from all the people realizing that it is a finite asset, and there are people that need to borrow on it because they got in trouble from 21, 22, and they're borrowing future production and blah, blah, blah. I've now gone through this. If we get a spike, well, that'll put it at $10 trillion in terms of Bitcoin. You'll have the entire ecosystem go up.
So now that Bitcoin is hitting new all-time highs, people are pointing towards the altcoin season, the XRP season, where they're saying that you can see astronomical gains. And I do think that this is, of course, the natural cycle of things. We all know how liquidity generally cycles down. I talk about this all the time on my channel. So yeah, right now I think it's a time for you guys to all really lock in and focus on what potentially is going to be happening here, right? Because yes, it's not always up all the time, and yes, we did just have an amazing rally, but if this trend continues and more liquidity continues to enter the markets, as many people are predicting is going to happen with the immense amount of liquidity coming from China, Europe, Japan, and other developed nations, of course, the US potentially looking to also join this, of course, pattern very soon, then yeah, we can go a lot higher. In fact, XRP's cap price is probably somewhere around $30 this bull run, which I think is phenomenal. I think that's a great ceiling for us to hit. If we can get even just half of that at $15, a lot of you guys watching this video will probably be making a absolute life-changing amount of money. And if we get to $20, well, there's going to be countless millionaires who've been watching my videos for the last couple of years that were created just simply because they decided to purchase XRP. Now, I want to make sure that you guys know that none of this is financial advice of what we talk about in this video. But I think it's a very exciting time, and I do not think that anybody should sleep on the potential of what's coming here with the crypto market. And so we're going to let Raul Pal really break it down in this video and to give us some new insights and some new valuable information, which I found very useful. Smash that like button so everyone in the XRP army can see this content. Let's get into it.
Given that cohort of, let's say, 25-year-olds to 40-year-olds now, that older Gen Z, and a core millennial cohort who are in this trap. They're deep in the middle of this trap. Not only is crypto offering them an opportunity, but we're seeing the rise of the speculative economy. And we're seeing it in prediction markets. We're seeing it, the rise of Robinhood. Robinhood's growth is extraordinary, what's going on, as people are realizing that speculation is somewhat warranted because they have no other way around it. But it also leads me into, well, the good thing that speculation is doing is testing all these things in crypto, these new ideas. They get tested like memes, which is like capital formation, instant capital formation. And also humans, if we're not in a job, will probably still speculate because it's fun. I don't know, there's a big rise of this speculative economy, I think is a big mega trend that people don't really see. They're too cynical.
All you have to do is go to the Fred database and look at the chart of gambling as personal consumption expenditures of gambling, which is now over $200 billion a year in the US. And it's a perfectly linear incline. And then you go and look at how much money is spent on new cars in the US, and that is on a decline. And the numbers right now for new cars, personal consumption expenditures, are below $250 billion. And I'm sure after the tariffs, they'll be even lower, which means gambling is just taking over as a major, major part of the economy, which I think everyone knew because they can see it on TV. They realize there's, fan duels everywhere. But I don't think people have gotten to the point of why. And I do think it is a a very major thing for younger people because of the boredom. It's a form of education. They view experiences completely different than we did. And at least they have a chance of getting money, where if they spend money on an expensive dinner, it's just lost. And so I do think crypto falls into that. I do think needing real-time information, real-time pricing, doing things when you want, it all fits in with a faster world and settlements of money, everything. So I do think it's a representation that the world is getting faster and that matches AI. But I also think it gets into the boredom and the anger that people are having towards not being able to enjoy their lives the way they would want.
And when you look at the crypto landscape in terms of the adoption now of what we're seeing, all of these corporate treasuries, what does it mean to you?
So I think this year and really the last, I want to say 18 months, has been about accepting a gradual acceptance of Bitcoin as something which will be here 5 to 10 years from now. So I think
remember when we first met, you were still struggling to explain to traditional hedge fund people and finance people that this was meaningful, and they thought Geordie was a nutcase. And now suddenly everything's changed, right?
Everything
you are
changing.
a nutcase, but that's separate.
Yeah, that's completely separate. Bitcoin's being accepted more and more every day. What is not being accepted at this point, and actually this is a good place for us to talk a little bit about it, because I've said this on my YouTube videos. This feels a lot in the altcoin world like the post.com bubble to me. It feels like there's a lot of people that got involved. So think of the internet from 95 to say 2000. A lot of people joined into it. They left banks, they got involved, and they were hoping to make tons of money. It was a free thing. Everyone got involved. And then you had this big fall. And it took a while to come. It took a while for the NASDAQ to get out of the problem. And one of the reasons it took a while to get out, just like it was in Japan with all of the banks owning shares of, everything about this overhang of people that had gone into something. Every time anything goes higher, there seems to be a wall of supply that stops it from the crypto community. Now we've got circle enthusiasm. So we've got people focus a little bit. You got Coinbase back up to the highs. So I'd say the traditional finance world is getting a little bit more excited. Now you've connected, in the last week, you've connected, CoreWeave and Core Scientific. So now we're getting some of the Bitcoin miners back involved. All of a sudden, the traditional finance world is starting to see things. I have said publicly, and I will continue to see it, until Ethereum breaks out. Because of the network effects on stablecoins, which I think is there, until Ethereum breaks out, just another OG of one of this, and people start getting on board, I don't think we're going to have the kickoff to what I believe will be the end of the dot-com bubble overhang. And I think that's what we have in crypto from the 21-22 period. A lot of overhang. It seems like there's a lot of supply. And once we work through it, I still believe there's going to be a short squeeze in the entire space this year.
Yeah, I think you're right. And the ETH breaking new highs is probably also Solana breaking new all-time highs, because it hasn't broken where it was. And that is a mass wealth generation event. There's a lot of people involved in this. There's a lot of fortunes to be made, and that creates a whole new cycle of reinvestment and opportunity risk-taking and stuff like that. Yeah, I totally agree. And it feels like it's coming. When that is, I mean, most of my work suggests that, this year should continue and maybe even the first 2 quarters of next year continues. Here's a question I want to ask you. One of the things that we have done the work on is that, and this won't surprise you, the main driver of alt season, as you call it for the smaller stocks, is actually the business cycle. And the business cycle is the same driver as small caps versus big caps. It's EM versus that. It's junk versus, it's always the same trade, because once the business cycle picks up, people have earnings, they go further out the risk curve, it gets reinvested. Why has the ISM remained so low? I mean, you and I have looked at this forever, for our whole careers. This is the longest period below or at 50 in the history of the ISM. What is all this about?
So I remember Julian and I sat next to each other at dinner for the event, and you've heard me say this. In fact, I remember when I saw.
I know there's no business cycles. I get that.
Correct. So here's the part that I'll say though. it is the problem that in a world where artificial intelligence is coming, there should never be a time that the ism takes off. It just shouldn't happen, in my opinion. Now, I'm going to change that a little bit because I do think we're getting closer and closer to something which is related to the business cycle of AI. Because at the end of the day, if I equate all cycles to power, meaning you have to be building something, and oil has always been, it's that macro piece that offsets and is out of control of monetary policy and fiscal policy. You need power. That is the thing that needs to fuel it. And AI consumes an enormous amount of power. And we are going to start to see, well, it's ironic I say this to someone in Spain, but we're going to start to see important blackouts. And there's going to be more of them in the US. And I think they're coming very, very soon because I don't think people have looked at the exponential move. And this fits into the alt season side to me. So I believe we are going to see a change in the business cycle. I just don't think they exist in the push button way that they did, where you do something in the economy and it goes. But I do think it's coming this year because of what's going to be needed for the infrastructure build out on data centers, on power. These are massive numbers, nuclear. This is going to be a change. I just think it's going to be financed by the government.
Yeah, so there are so many different crucial points which need to be dissected here. And I think the elephant in the room is the productivity gap, right? What's going to be happening here with AI, infinite productivity, basically always working. All it requires is power to go, and it's just going to be going, and constantly adapting, constantly evolving. I mean, you have something that has the potential to replace roughly 60% of the global workforce being created on our front doorstep, right? I mean, that's absolutely insane. And so what happens? What will people go to or do with all this extra time? Are they going to work on something else? We don't really know exactly how that's going to look. But one thing is for certain, the younger generation is flooding into cryptocurrency. And now even the older generations are doing the same thing. And so what we can see is altcoins, the post collapse, as Jordan Visor was saying, they're Raoul Pal's friend, there's certain projects out there that are extremely undervalued today that are perfectly positioned to take over this new world that we're headed into. Now, it's completely up for you guys to decide which crypto projects fit that mold, right? You guys decide that. But ultimately, my point of view, my opinion, is that XRP is that. XRP fits that mold, HBAR fits that mold, and there are not very many other cryptocurrencies that actually have real-world utility, that solve real-world problems, that make the world a faster and more convenient place for the younger generations, right? And so look at what the most developed nations in the world are currently doing. You look at Japan and you look at Korea, some of the most technologically advanced countries in the world, far surpassing even America in many different regards. What are the people in these countries focusing on when it comes to cryptocurrencies? Well, South Korea is absolutely insane when it comes to XRP. That is their number one focus. The trading volume is insane. A large portion of the XRP trading volume actually comes from Korea, and also lots of leverage trading. They love to do that over here. Same with Japan. The type of partnerships that are being established over there is, once again, very much so XRP. Just look at SBI Holdings and what they're doing. It's very abundantly clear that they're betting big on XRP and HBAR. They actually like HBAR a lot over there as well. So yeah, I think there's a lot to look forward to here. There's a lot for us to think about here and digest. Ultimately, I think it's up to you guys to decide which cryptocurrencies you think will be kind of taking over the future and being the technology that people are going to be using to make their lives easier. Once you have made up your decision on what that cryptocurrency is, I invite you guys to join into my crypto trading community. Okay. Yeah. I mean, honestly, we're killing it in there. We're getting ready to open up a few more positions, and this market is insane. If XRP goes to $20, like I'm thinking it can, well, we're going to be opening up a number of different positions to take advantage of that movement, and we're going to be doing really well with that. So I just want to invite all of you guys to be part of our crypto trading group so you can get access to every single entry, every single exit, every single trade that I make it completely transparent. And my whole history is there, so you can see my track record. I've said many times, I've had months where I'm up 400%. You can see all of those trades for yourself. It's completely transparent. So with that being said, I have 2 exchange partner links, BitUnix and BTCC. You got to sign up on either one of those 2. Just make sure they're available in your region. They'll have all that information on their websites. After you do that, you simply deposit on whichever exchange you signed up on, and you submit your email and exchange user ID in this form right here. And then I'll email you access to both my Telegram and Discord. You can join either one. They're basically the same thing. I just provide my trades in there, and then you have a chat room to speak with everyone. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Much love, guys. Thank you for watching today's video. I'll see you next time, and I'll see you in Crypto Crusaders. Peace out.
This has been a long battle. How much certainty does this provide? Is the entire case over?
So this provides a lot of certainty for Ripple, for frankly me personally, because the SEC had sued me. The SEC has abandoned their appeal, and so they filed suit in December of 2020. We won on the key parts of the case in the summer of 23. Judge Torres made a ruling that XRP in and of itself was not a security. That's almost a verbatim quote. The SEC filed an appeal about 8 months ago, and what they've now agreed is that they're going to drop that appeal. We still have a cross appeal pending, and so we go from being defendant really to plaintiff. So we now are in the driver's seat to determine how we want to proceed.
Are you dropping it?
We're going to see. It feels a lot better to be on the offense than the defense. 4 years, we spent over $150 million defending that case. Not just for Ripple, but for the whole industry. I think it was really important that this SEC, the Gensler SEC, was really trying to bully and continue lawfare, filing lawsuits against crypto companies. That's over now, and I think that's great for the U.S. crypto industry, and frankly, great for crypto at large.
I mean, to that end, if you're looking at a new SEC, why not drop the case at this point? Why not clear the water? Well,
that certainly is an option. I mean, again, it's clear the SEC has said, I think in retrospect, never would have brought this case. The judge did rule in certain instances back in 2015 and 2016, some XRP sales that we sold to accredited investors, to institutions, that those had constituted a security. And so there was a $125 million fine that's sitting in escrow. We wouldn't mind having that back. That's on the table. And I think there's some nuances to how this will play out. But it was important for us, for really the whole XRP community, for them to know that the case is over. For all intents and purposes, the case is over. The SEC is no longer pursuing this.
But to that end, to your point here, the court decision had ordered you to pay a $125 million civil penalty for exactly what you're talking about. Is that $125 million paid? Is what you're saying that's still up for dispute?
Yeah. Well, it's not in dispute. I mean, that's sitting in an escrow, and depending upon whether or not we decide to continue with our appeal, we could walk away and the whole thing be done. On the other hand, when you have a case where there were no investor harm, no investors lost any money, you're kind of like, wait, why are we here? And it really goes back to Gary Gensler fighting a fight that was about power grab, that was about overreach of the bureaucracy to try to take a new industry. That what we're seeing now happen in Washington is smart legislation will come forward. You're seeing that happen with stable coins in real time. I think you'll have a market structure bill, is what it's described as, to provide clarity and rules for the SEC and CFTC.
We will look at the bigger picture. Right. We're going to have you for a little while this morning. But do you think that part of this means fighting it till the very end to make sure even that part of uncertainty around being sold to certain investors classifies as a security? Is that what you are fighting for ultimately at this point?
Well, I mean, at this point, all we're fighting for is, do we want to fight to get the $125 million back? And look, I'll be honest, would I have walked away from that before they appealed, before President Trump put Paul Atkins and Scott Bessent and David Sachs as critical, key, very smart leaders in this industry to bring this industry back on shore? I would have walked away. Now you look at that, you're like, this case in this SEC never would have been brought. And so where we find ourselves is, great, there's a clear legal victory to say XRP is not a security. That was good for the industry. But there's pieces of it that we think could be kind of cleaned up. And the question is, do we want to fight that fight, or can we come to an agreement with the SEC to drop everything?
The whole idea that this wouldn't have been brought under this SEC, have you had that specific discussion with Paul Atkins and with David Sachs?
Well, Paul Atkins hasn't yet been confirmed. He's a very knowledgeable guy about this industry and has been for a long time. But I've had conversations. I won't comment on specifics with certainly, I think David Sachs would agree that this is a case that didn't make a lot of sense in the beginning. Again, there was no investor harm. This was about Gary Gensler waging a war against this industry.
You know, it's interesting. I want to also point out that the affiliated token, of course, XRP has been up roughly 14%, now about 13% in the last 24 hours. You know, one thing a lot of people had looked at, we're thinking a lot about how the administration is handling crypto assets, particularly outside of Bitcoin. Why do you think XRP wasn't specifically named in the executive order for the digital asset stockpile?
Well, so XRP was named by the president on Truth Social. He posted something saying that there should be other tokens, that there's going to be a Bitcoin strategic reserve and then a crypto stockpile that would include things like XRP.
Days later, the executive order didn't include it. Why was that?
I don't know what specifically was in the executive order. My understanding is there's going to be a Bitcoin strategic reserve. There'll be a crypto stockpile representing other cryptos. And I would expect that will include XRP. Look, at the end of the day, I think the stark contrast is in the Biden administration, we couldn't get a meeting with people at the White House. Now we're welcomed into the White House. And that's just a massive change. I think we want this industry to thrive in the United States. We don't want to push it offshore where you have fewer regulations.
I think the reason I keep pushing you too is because I think now it's widely accepted that this is a pro-crypto administration. But the details, that is what's causing an overhang, the uncertainty of the details. So to the extent you have confidence, right, about XRP being in that stockpile or otherwise getting more support for an ETF, for example, where does that confidence come from and what kind of timeline do you see it happening on?
So I have immense confidence on the ETF. I think there's 11 different filings pending with the SEC to launch ETFs, from everybody from Bitwise to Franklin Templeton and a whole bunch of people in between. I think those will be live in the second half of this year. We have seen, even outside the United States, you have live ETPs. And at a time when a lot of outflows are exiting some of the crypto ETFs, you're seeing inflows into XRP. And I think that's because you had this false negative pressure from the SEC, this kind of, you know, an exogenous hand holding things down that's now being released. And that's great for the market. It's great for builders within the XRP ecosystem globally.
One more on the stockpile.
Yeah.
How much XRP would be in it? Where does it come from?
Well, my understanding of what I read about I think there are some questions, and that, you know, the devil may be in the details as Treasury implements some of this.
Absolutely in the details.
But my understanding is that the stockpile will be represented by seized other cryptos other than Bitcoin that then will be in that stockpile. So to the extent that various law enforcement agencies have seized cryptos, which would include XRP, that those would go into the stockpile in addition to the Bitcoin strategic reserve. That's my understanding.
We have been talking here about a big moment for you and for your company, of course, a rollback really of the tensions that had been brewing with the SEC. And let's talk about the next phase. One thing I'm really wondering about now that there's more clarity for you is that is an IPO, frankly, in your future now. We talk so much about the potential for the XRP token to be wrapped in an ETF. That is a method of listing. Right. So is listing possible now for you for Ripple?
Well, it's certainly something that is possible. The United States SEC under Gensler was so hostile to this industry. I mean, ironically, they approved the S1 from Coinbase and then sued them for doing the things they said they were doing. So this SEC, fortunately, is going to be, I think, very constructive and positive for this industry. So I think that's available. I think the company's at a stage where we can consider that. That being said, it isn't a huge priority. You know, I think most companies are going public. Raising capital is something that is high on their radar. You know, we have been in a very fortunate position to be able to grow the business organically. We're also, frankly, more proactive in looking at acquisitions. That, you know, this is an industry that finally is going to be able to thrive in the United States, the largest economy in the world. And I think the industry is still underestimating the shift from the headwinds to the tailwinds. That's going to make a bigger difference than people think. And finally, the U.S. market is really unlocked.
So it sounds like what you're saying, acquisitions are almost more of a priority now than an IPO for you. So then what would you be looking for to buy, and how big are you willing to go?
Well, I'm not going to name names, but, you know, look, Ripple at its core is a blockchain infrastructure company. We sell our technologies to business, primarily financial institutions, and we'll look at other things that are blockchain infrastructure companies. I think there will be consolidation this year. There's a lot of excitement about some of the changes, and, like, you know, we will lean into that for sure.
So when you think about what's possible in terms of financial institutions, there's been a lot of conversation about loosening of regulations and red tape when it comes to the financial industry and its interactions with the crypto community. What are you actually seeing happen? Are banks really warming up in a way that's significant right now?
I mean, I think unequivocally, yes. I mean, just in the last few weeks, I have seen U.S. financial institutions go from being like, look, we're just not going to touch it because we don't want the extra scrutiny of the regulators, which again, may or may not have even been legal, given these are legal businesses. But you have large banks who used to say negative things, now saying positive things. I think the two areas you'll see the most activity in the short term, one is around custody. These are banks that want to be able to custody, particularly when you see real world assets being tokenized. You need to be able to safely manage and custody that for customers and potentially for the bank. And the second is around payments. I mean, the global payments infrastructure still remains very dated. Wires are slow. I just had a wire that was sending over euros disappear for 5 days. That's surprising in a world of the internet.
So one part of that payments infrastructure that I'm watching really closely is, of course, stablecoins.
Sure.
There is starting to be more clarity in Washington, and you're seeing people starting to use stablecoins in really interesting ways. I think about Robinhood, for example, using stablecoin in terms of facilitating 24-hour trading. What's next? I mean, if you think about the next forefront of stablecoins now that the U.S. is getting toward clarity, what's possible?
Well, I think we're underestimating how big that might get. Today that market's about $230 billion. So I think some smart people think that may go up 10x in the next 5 years. I think that's probably right. I mean, the two leading players in Tether as well as USDC are both, I think, poised to do well in that market. Ripple launched our own stablecoin at the end of last year. That's already ahead of our own internal forecasts in terms of where we are at this point in the year. Still, we're small, but the goal is by the end of the year for RLUSD, Ripple stablecoin, to be one of the top 5 in the market by the end of the year. And I think the whole market's going to grow dramatically over this year.
So what does it take you to get there? Who are you pairing up with? Are you creating some financial partnerships in order to make RLUSD more of a household name?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even today we had more listings go live for RLUSD on some global crypto exchanges. Anytime you do something new, it takes a minute for that kind of, if the pun of the ripple effect of seeing how that plays out. And so we're seeing that happen in real time. So I'm really pleased. And again, as I said, we're ahead of our Q1 forecasts of where we expect it to be. So we feel really good about that progress.
Given through what you have gone through with the SEC, I think one major question is how tokens list in the future. What do they mean? How are they classified? Now that you're talking about many other, say even private equity companies looking to tokenize their funds, venture capitalists, Cathie Wood told us yesterday she's considering that for her own fund. What does this mean? What are the rules of the road? Are people going to list and put the cart in front of the horse as they do so?
Yeah. Well, look, I think tokenizing, like what Cathie Wood's talking about, democratizing access to different investment vehicles, in different investment types is very compelling. Even, imagine Shark Tank enabling the participation by different sharks. Like there's some really interesting stuff you could do. Right now, Congress, it seems, is more focused on getting stablecoin legislation passed. That went for markup last week, and I think you'll see that potentially in front of the president in weeks. The other piece of legislation I think will move quickly after that is kind of the market structure bill. Last summer, something called FIT 21 passed the House, did not get through the Senate. I think that a market structure bill like FIT 21 will come before Congress. Hopefully before the summer recess, we'll see that pass also.
But you think about how many exchanges are now looking to loosen their listing standards already on the heels of lighter oversight, and the cart before the horse question. Do you think that people are getting a little ahead of themselves and listing things that shouldn't be listed?
Well, look, I don't think about it as lighter regulation because, frankly, I think the industry wants to be regulated. And what we've been saying for years as an industry is we just want clear regulation. We don't want lawsuits just claiming one thing and the next week contradicting themselves, which is exactly what Gensler's SEC was doing. So I think just the fact that we have an SEC who's trying to work constructively, instead of trying to sue more companies, let's actually work and let's codify and get legislation to provide that clarity.
But again, if you don't have that clarity, what you saw years ago was an ICO boom where tons of things that were raising money never worked out for the people that were buying the tokens or the coins.
Look, I agree. And I said then that I think of it, some of these ICOs were a lot more like IPOs. They were securities. The problem is the SEC then kind of used that to just blanket and say, I mean, well, Gensler said before he was SEC chair, he didn't think they were securities. And then after he became SEC chair, is kind of his power grab. Gensler wanted everything under his jurisdiction. So I think obviously that ICO boom went away, and there's lots of ways this government can regulate and manage fraud and manage criminal activity. And that did happen. People did go to jail.
I have one more question for you about Ripple and XRP in particular, on the supply and how it's managed and the unlocks. Is there anything you would do to change the amount of supply brought to market? Can you do that? How does that exactly work? Because there is a level of dilution for XRP when more supply is brought in on a regular basis.
So this is one of the things I'm glad you asked about, because there's frankly misinformation, sometimes disinformation, people spreading falsehoods out there. The amount of XRP that was created in 2012 when it was first started, when that blockchain was first started, was 100 billion units. That can't be increased. It's slightly deflationary, and now there's about 99.9 billion units. Ripple owns about 42% of that supply. We have had, and for, I guess, 8 years, we published something called the XRP Markets Report, where we share how much we are introducing into the market, because we want that to be predictable. And that has been the case for many years now. And so we will continue to make sure that's very predictable. At some point, maybe we won't be selling as much. We'll see how that plays out in the future. But right now, frankly, we get criticized for owning too much, and then we're criticized for selling some. But we want to do that in a constructive way, which is what we've done for years.
And we are live from Bloomberg's world headquarters in New York. I'm Shonali Basak.
And I'm Tim Stenivek. Welcome to a special edition, a Thursday edition of Bloomberg Crypto, a look at the people, transactions, and technology shaping the world of decentralized finance.
And coming up, Bitcoin stumbles on geopolitical risks over the weekend, but we are back above the $100,000 mark.
And Circle stock, it actually does go down. It doesn't just go up. A little shaky over the last couple of days. Analysts see competition heating up in the stablecoin space.
And we're going to talk about stablecoins and the future of finance with Ethereum co-founder Joe Lubin. You're not going to want to miss that conversation.
That's all ahead on Bloomberg Crypto today. First, though, a look at how Bitcoin has fared over the last week. Over the last 7 days, up close to 3%, but we've seen quite the range over the last week, from around $98,000 over the weekend to highs of $108,000 just on Wednesday. Now, this drop over the weekend came in the wake of President Trump announcing U.S. strikes on 3 of Iran's nuclear sites. It was actually the first time that Bitcoin has fallen under $100,000 since May. Since then, though, we have seen a steady climb higher as the risk-on mood has swept up markets. The NASDAQ 100 hit a new record this week. The S&P 500, Shonali, is up pretty close to a new record now.
I want to talk a little about the stablecoin world as well. Let's take a look at Circle. We're seeing some volatility after a more than 610% rally. You're looking at it at still more than $220 a share, a far cry from its IPO price. It was initiated, though, at Compass Point with a neutral rating because analysts say a wave of competition could complicate things for the stablecoin darling.
Another crypto critic souring on stablecoins is former SEC chair Gary Gensler. He joined Bloomberg on Tuesday.
We have stable coins. They're called US dollars, deposits, money market funds, and so forth. The only thing that these companies are offering is an alternative way to move dollars outside of the banking system, which means outside of sanctions, outside of any money laundering laws. And so that's the real risk. It could undermine the US geopolitically.
Now let's discuss stablecoins and the next big catalyst for Ethereum with Joe Lubin. He's the CEO of Consensus and a founder of Ethereum. He joins us from the Permissionless Conference in Brooklyn. Joe, nice to have you on the show today. Thank you very much. I want to talk about stablecoins with you because, of course, since we saw that Genius Act pass the Senate, even Jerome Powell this week getting questions in Congress about the value of stablecoins moving forward. We spoke a little earlier today to the CEO of PayPal. He had mentioned that it's still still going to be seen mostly when it comes to cross-border payments. When will this become mainstream, if at all, in the United States as an alternative to the dollar, if you see that happening?
Yeah, so I think it's mainstreaming already. We're really excited about the fact that most of those stablecoin projects are on Ethereum. Stablecoins are incredibly valuable for people around the world. If you're in challenged nations, places like Venezuela, Zimbabwe, it is essential to be able to access stable stores of value. And it's incredibly valuable for the U.S. to, have its lenders replaced by crypto stablecoin projects as China and other nation states pull back on investing in the U.S. And the ability to dollarize the world and keep the U.S. dollar politically strong, even while the U.S. is trying to weaken the value of the dollar to improve trade relations, is a game changer, really, for the U.S.
What's the value proposition when it comes to stable coins for just a typical U.S. consumer who pays for things using a credit card or a debit card from companies such as Visa or MasterCard? What's its value proposition for them?
Yeah, so it's certainly less important for the U.S. consumer because there are lots of ways to pay for things that they need. But as the economy moves more online and on-chain, stablecoins represent the numeraire of choice, stable store of value, and having people use on-chain wallets like MetaMask and participate in the decentralized economy is going to grow faster and faster. And so stables will be a big part of that economy.
Joe, I think, is it fair to say Ethereum has always been kind of like Bitcoin's little sister, right? A little lesser known to the wider American public. What is the new sell for Ethereum in this era for the people who don't know much about it and the value that it might have to the financial system when so many people have been flocking to Bitcoin?
Yeah, so Bitcoin has had first mover advantage. And it's really got a simple value proposition. It's a store of value. It's digital gold, decentralized digital gold. Ethereum represents the next generation of the internet, evolution of the internet and web protocols. Ethereum is Web 3, the re-decentralization of the World Wide Web. Ethereum's been building layers of enabling infrastructure for nearly a decade, trying to get scalable enough so that we can move applications onto decentralized rails. Builders are coming into the ecosystem now. Enterprises, financial institutions are now comfortable because it's now legal to do blockchain things in the US with the new regime in the SEC and in US government. Ethereum is now scalable enough, it's affordable enough, and it's usable enough so that the best and brightest entrepreneurs are going to be able to build applications of by and for the community rather than, as in the traditional economy or in Web 2, in an adversarial nature with their users. So it's going to be a game changer for how the world re-architects its systems.
Hey, Joe, I want to talk a little bit about cryptocurrency treasury companies, Strategy, the company formerly known as Strategy, and the like. Why do you think that prices?
Strategic bet?
Yeah. Well, why do you think of the prices of some of these cryptocurrencies, including Bitcoin, Ether, Solana, that have treasury companies supposedly buying them up lately? Why do you think they haven't moved very much?
Because there are lots of different factors that go into the price of these tokens, including things like wars. We're going to see an amazing amount of accumulation in Ether and Bitcoin. These things, to my mind, represent an element of the shifting of the monetary regime in the world. The U.S. will still maintain its primacy politically, and part of that is maintaining primacy for the U.S. dollar. And so These treasury companies, especially the Bitcoin and the Ethereum ones, will raise Bitcoin and Ether to the status of highest powered money because they are uncensorable and because nobody can take your Ether or your Bitcoin away from you. So we're going to see. Sure.
Yeah, I'm really curious about one company in particular. I'm sure you know I'm going to ask about SharpLink because, of course, that is where you have been serving as chairman. When you think about the Ether that SharpLink holds now, was it contributed in kind or bought on the open market? What can you tell us about how it's amassed its Ethereum?
So we raced to market. We knew we needed to go very fast once we identified the target company, and so we brought in a ton of investors, and we left a whole bunch of investors on the sidelines who wanted to participate but couldn't get things done in time. So A, it was done in US dollars. B, we're talking to lots of new investors with lots of US dollar capital and lots of Ether capital. So we'll see a lot of Ether moving into SharpLink very soon as well.
These treasury companies, crypto treasury companies, it all works when the price of crypto goes up, but when the price of crypto goes down, it can get really ugly. What kinds of companies are at risk of imploding if we indeed see a wide price fall when it comes to crypto?
Yeah, so it could get really ugly if you don't maintain prudent risk levels. SharpLink isn't leveraged. We may do some things that bring a bit of leverage into the situation. Convertible equity potentially. We will do bond issuance at low rates with long duration. We will not put the strategy at risk. So what you do have to believe is that there's a paradigm shift underway to a more decentralized economy, and that Ethereum will continue to be the global digital asset settlement layer, and then Ethereum will be a large component of Web3.
Consensus CEO and Ethereum co-founder Joe Lubin. Always good to speak with you, Joe. Appreciate you joining us. Do come back soon. Well, coming up on Bloomberg Crypto, Sid Powell from Maple Finance on his DeFi lending business and the push for tokenized equities. And access all of the latest data and news on crypto, check out CRYP Go on the terminal. This is Bloomberg.
We set up Galaxy 2017 with the idea that institutions would finally come to the market, and they're here. And it's a really exciting time. We're going to get the stablecoin bill and then hopefully a market structure bill. And it's going to bring in TradeFi into this technology. We're going to see tokenized equities. We're going to see perpetual futures, which is a crypto idea, be brought into the US, both for crypto and for non-crypto.
Mike Novogratz last week on his predictions following the stablecoin bill passage. We're going to now bring in Sid Powell. He's co-founder and CEO of DeFi lending platform Maple Finance. And you heard Novogratz talking there about this idea that TradeFi could start to rush in to crypto, at least tokenized equities, things that are kind of more adjacent to finance than pure crypto, if you will. My question is, how much are you actually seeing it?
It's a good question. We've seen pretty good initial traction from things like tokenized money market funds. But I think one of the challenges, actually, we've also seen private credit come on chain. So Apollo launched their ACRED product. But I think one of the challenges is you're selling products to people who have a different risk appetite to traditional investors. And for the TradFi investors, they already have pretty solid access to these types of products. I'm very interested in, is there an angle for the inverse where TradFi investors might start getting into Bitcoin-backed lending, for example, like what we saw with Cantor over the last few months?
Why is that of interest to you? What's the opportunity there in your view?
Well, I think Bitcoin-backed lending, it's very short duration. It's higher yield than money market funds. and it's over collateralized. So it's very well secured. It tends to be about 150% secured. And so if you look at it, it's a type of asset class that has high yield, relatively good liquidity, and it's not available elsewhere. So I think that's the interesting thing is it's an exotic asset.
Well, one thing I think that's interesting, you kind of alluded to it. If you were tokenizing, say, private credit funds like Apollo is doing, you're interested in the asset class, why wouldn't you just buy it regular way? Why is tokenization attractive to you if you could just kind of buy it as it were?
Well, I think that's one of the challenges that the industry is working through. And so
what's the point?
Well, up until this point, I'd say the angle for Apollo has been how can they distribute a product that they already have relatively good traditional penetration with to the new marginal investor who is on chain, who uses DeFi protocols. And that's what they've done with ACRED. So they've got, I think they just crossed 100 million in funds outstanding there, but they're trying to sell it to the crypto native investor. So for them, it's distribution.
It's interesting. I was in Hong Kong a couple of weeks ago speaking to Apollo's head of the region. And one thing he was saying was tokenization is a big theme for Asian investors. They want liquidity. But I hear from other critics of the space too that say, well, wait a minute, just because it's tokenized doesn't mean it's going to be more liquid. What do you make to that critique?
I think to give a balanced view, I think the liquidity on RWAs has been less than what it could be and probably less than what investors are looking for. Yet at the same time, because you can have secondary markets on DeFi and ACRED, currently can be used as collateral. So that is an advantage. You can hold this asset, continue to get a 10% yield on it, and then borrow against it at 5 or 6% when rates are relatively low on chain. So that is one of the angles for these investors.
When I hear you talk about lending using Bitcoin assets or yields as a result of people storing their Bitcoin in certain places, I immediately think of BlockFi and the blow up that happened in the crypto winter in the wake of what happened with FTX. Is this time different?
Well, I think
is that not going to happen?
Well, I think risk practices have definitely evolved since then. So if you look at what happened in 2022, it was very much a black box. You put your money with these guys, whether it was BlockFi or Celsius, and you didn't really know what was happening on the other end. So you didn't know how the loans were performing, what the collateral backing was, or the equity backing, the cushion provided by a BlockFi or a Celsius. I think nowadays when you see this type of lending happening, we do all of our loans on chain. So you can always see the performance. We report the collateral backing of it. And I think the other element is people are now using more and more instances of tri-party custody. So you now have big custodians like Anchorage, like BitGo, like Coinbase custody, and the Bitcoin's actually there. So you know that the loans have legitimate collateral backing.
So interesting on the Bitcoin lending. When Cantor kicked off this $2 billion lending initiative, you were actually one of the first companies to be on the other end of that. Is Cantor kind of the king of the castle here? You said other firms might start to get into it, but are they doing it at this scale? And who else are you in talks with that might be either as mainstream as Cantor or close to it?
Certainly among mainstream traditional finance firms, Cantor is leading the way. They indicated they have appetite to do up to $2 billion of this kind of lending program. Of course, overall among centralized lenders, Tether is leading the way. They have about $10 billion outstanding. But what we are seeing now is we're having more conversations with traditional firms who might be commercial banks or alternative asset managers, and they are actually looking to get into the space.
Are you having conversations with David Sachs right now? Have you had conversations with him?
I have not had conversations with David Sachs.
Have you had conversations with anyone in the administration?
I've had conversations with people in the Ag Committee working on the stablecoin bill and the market structure bill.
And they're listening?
They're definitely listening. So I've been to a few roundtables. And I think what's been very encouraging is they're looking to take industry feedback as to what might work, what is ultimately going to help crypto innovation in the U.S. and help the U.S. kind of maintain a lead.
Sid, we thank you for joining us here, of course, coming up from the Permissionless Conference down in Industry City, Brooklyn. That is Maple Finance CEO Sid Powell. Now, coming up next, Kraken is targeting Venmo and Cash App in a bid to broaden its borderless payment offerings. We're going to give you details on all of that next. This is Bloomberg. Kraken out with news today that it's taking on the likes of PayPal's Venmo. The crypto exchange is developing a financial services app called Crack, which will allow users to send and receive both crypto and traditional currencies across borders at little to no cost. The app will also offer debit cards and provide services like loans and credit card programs. And it's interesting, Tim, this comes after Kraken has recently launched a plan to provide tokenized equities in Europe. We're watching to see whether they bring that plan to the United States. I will be speaking to the CEO later today. But of course, we were talking to PayPal was actually years ahead of some of its rivals in launching its own stablecoin business years ago. So the competition is heated, but certainly a lot of people watching how these newer financial players are going to compete with the traditional ones in payments, if not broader banking services.
I'll be honest, you had me at Crack. I think that's a great name. It has a nice ring to it. Seems like it's going to work. I don't know.
No comment.
Seems like it's going to work.
We'll ask about the name later.
Let's bring in Uma Roy, the CEO and co-founder of Succinct. It's a decentralized network for developers. It's backed by venture capitalists, including Paradigm, Bankless Ventures, Geometry, Robot Ventures, and more. Uma, good to see you this afternoon. Explain exactly what the protocol does, what the tool does, and really where consumers would have interacted with apps that are built using this system.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, I'm Uma. I'm the co-founder of Succinct. We're building with zero-knowledge proofs, which are a frontier cryptographic primitive primarily used for blockchain scaling and also privacy on blockchains. And we power a lot of layer 2s on chains like Ethereum or even Ethereum L1. And really, consumers are interacting with the chains, and we're an underlying piece of infrastructure that kind of remains hidden and behind the scenes, but is helping scale all these protocols.
It's interesting. A lot of people who look at the incidents that have happened in the crypto world lately as it comes to security will kind of brush it off and say, well, these are human errors and maybe not chain linked errors. What do you say to people who think that there are security concerns that are more human led rather than technology led? Do you think that that's a mistake?
Yeah, I think in crypto, because it is an environment that's permissionless and kind of anyone in the world can access it, it can be difficult and a challenging environment for protocols to operate in. There have sometimes been technical errors where engineers make mistakes. There's also been errors due to like human operator error, as you have mentioned. But I think overall, year over year, the crypto security landscape gets more and more sophisticated. And kind of as we see these bugs in more systems kind of be deployed and triaged, we can avoid repeating the same mistakes throughout time.
How specifically can Succinct or does Succinct make the space more secure?
Yeah, that's a great question. So today, there's this scaling solutions on top of Ethereum called layer 2s or rollups that some of you guys may have heard of. For example, Coinbase has a chain called Base that's a layer 2 on top of Ethereum. And today, a lot of the rollups are not really secured by much. It's just a multi-sig of a bunch of humans. And so you have to place a lot of trust in those actors. With Succinct and zero-knowledge proofs, the technology we're building, instead of having to trust a bunch of humans, you can basically get a cryptographic proof that the rollup is kind of calculating all the balances correctly and processing the transactions correctly. And in the end, you get this cryptographic proof that gets verified on Ethereum. So it makes the rollup a lot more secure.
Really quickly, we have less than a minute here, Uma, but you were talking about the value of Ethereum. We were talking to Joe Lubin a little bit earlier, kind of acknowledging here that Bitcoin had a big lead. How much potential do you think Ethereum has to gain broader adoption? And again, just less than a minute, so got to be a little quick here.
Succinct. Be succinct.
I think Ethereum, obviously, Bitcoin's done super well, but the Ethereum Foundation right now has really turned around, kind of acknowledged that they're in war mode, and they're doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes at the infrastructure layer, developer layer, and I'm very, very excited. It's a very exciting time for Ethereum over the next year.
Succinct CEO Uma Roy joining us from Brooklyn. Do appreciate it. And that is going to do it for the special edition of Bloomberg Crypto on Thursday. Join us again next week. We are back on Tuesday next week. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Cryptos Are Us. I'm George. We're all George. So, welcome to another market open stream. A lot of exciting things to talk about. Looks like it's going to be a pretty green day, and we may have a reversal. That's right. On that denied vote yesterday. We may get a reversal on that. So, let's talk about that. Let's talk about also how Bitcoin's bull run started exactly today. That's right, today, in all three cycles prior. And does that mean we are going to be doing the same thing? So let's talk about that as well as other stuff. All right, let's do it, guys. Let's do it. Welcome. We are starting out the day at 118,800. This is a pretty good spot. We've been inching higher and higher and higher and higher. And despite a little setback yesterday, we had a vote to vote on the crypto bills, and they were denied. Regardless, when you get a reversal on that, but even with the bad news, Bitcoin held, it didn't go anywhere. And then you got all the other alts like ETH almost at 3,200. You got SUI above $4, and say an XRP today looking like it wants to make moves above 3 again. You got a lot of great movers right now. So very, very exciting. The US market looks like finally we're going to get some green today. We got some wholesale inflation numbers for June. Nothing changed, which is good. Yesterday we had the CPI report, and CPI report definitely did show that we ticked up 0.3%, which was the biggest month-to-month increase since November. It's a little concerning there. Little concerning that we're starting to see that, rise. But there's a lot of rumors, including one congressperson that says that Powell is about to be fired imminently, like maybe as soon as this week. We know that Trump wants Powell gone. We know Trump administration and pretty much everyone else out there wants a rate cut. Okay, but it's hard for this guy to do. I'm going to defend Powell a little bit, even though no one wants him around. It's hard for him to do that when the readings for inflation is starting to tick upward. This is exactly what he's trying to avoid by lowering the rates. Okay, especially by 3%, if that's what Trump wants. Will cause inflation to go back up in a big way. That's just take a second and think about it. You give people cheap money, what are they going to do with it? They're going to be borrowing and spending and buying, and that's going to cause things to go higher. This is the reason why he doesn't want to cut that soon. But the consensus is we need to cut. It's going to be good all around, especially for investors, for Wall Street, for borrowing more money. But right now, the CME prediction is still 2.6%, near 0%, that we will get a cut this month. However, with all the pressure or Powell gets fired beforehand, we may get that cut regardless. So this may be the first time in years where this Fed watch tool is wrong. So I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see what happens. It's quite exciting. I feel bad for Powell. I really do. I feel like he's under immense amount of pressure to cut, even though he's just doing his job. It's just, but maybe he's going to cave, or maybe he's going to be gone soon. All right. Outside of this, the other big news is, the vote yesterday. We had a vote to move forward with the votes on 3 different bills, and it was shot down. No reason why it was shut down other than maybe I heard was it? I don't know if the Democrats or Republicans, whoever, snuck in that Epstein files need to be released on top of the crypto bill, which has nothing to do with each other. But you know what? They're going to work it out. In fact, Trump says he already worked it out. He talked to 11 of the 12 Republicans that voted against the vote. And he says they are now in agreement. So if they do vote again, it will pass. Pass meaning that they will be then voted upon for real in the House. So this is really quick. This is like hours after the vote, right? So so that means we were waiting for this to happen this week. And yesterday people thought, well, because of, you know, the denial, we're not going to get a vote this week. Seems like we may get another one by the end of this week. I don't know the schedule. I don't know when they're going to re-vote this. It's just kind of weird. Kind of weird. You have to vote before the vote. You have to vote to see if it goes in the House for a vote. I mean, like, seems repetitive. This is what it seems like. Anyways, could be good all around. Could be good. Now, what else is there? Let's talk about ETFs. Some interesting things. Bitcoin ETF continues to go upwards, never goes down, especially with BlackRock. You can see we had some outflows from a couple of funds. Not BlackRock, another 416 million, overall 403 million day. Not a surprise. But if you look at Ethereum ETF, it's been going up for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 consecutive days. Now you have over $1 billion of inflows, and mostly into BlackRock. So BlackRock has accelerated their buying by quite a lot. So something to keep your eyes on, because I mean, obviously look at what the Bitcoin ETFs have done for Bitcoin. Is the Ethereum ETFs, okay, are these funds going to drive ETH higher? I think it has a lot to do with what we're seeing right now, because ETH is going up. Today it's up like 6%. I think a lot of it is due to this. So something to note, that this may be the catalyst that we need for altcoin season. Some people speculate that ETH has to lead the way. I don't believe so, but it doesn't hurt. It certainly doesn't hurt when you have billions of ETH now being taken away week after week after week. All right. Now, outside of ETFs, what does AI think? If you ask ChatGPT and Grok, what is the price of Bitcoin next month? It's predicting $130,000. Both of them are predicting $130,000. Based on our slow and steady rise upwards, both think that we're going to be at least $10,000 higher than where we are by the start of next month. Okay. I mean, who are we to argue with these Skynets? But it's true. If you look at our slow and steady upward movement, it's hard to deny that we are going to go higher. In fact, it's not even slow and steady. We like jumped up recently, right? Obviously since last week, but you know, overall volatility has been going down and the buying keeps on increasing. You got so many. Cantor Fitzgerald now is nearing a $4 billion deal. They want to buy $4 billion for the Bitcoin. In case you're wondering, this is Scott Lutnick's old company, and his son, Brandon, is leading the way. You got another company, Smarter Web company, that purchased 325. Anyway, so this is the reason why things are so slow and steady, and why Bitcoin is so strong. In fact, we are seeing a historic decline in volatility because of the buying, because of the maturities, and even Deutsche Bank, I think that's how you say it, they are recognizing that Bitcoin is becoming a global maturing asset. And with all the buying, that's why we're so steady. And not just steady, we're going higher. So 130 by August, which is only 2 weeks from now, certainly possible. Certainly possible. Now, here's the thing that's quite sad and amazing at the same time. The number of people that can afford one whole Bitcoin, unfortunately, is declining, because if you're looking at Bitcoin's price, obviously it's been going higher. We're now at a point where even if you're making not even minimum wage, okay, I think according to this, you're making about $30 an hour, which is a little bit above, maybe twice the average of minimum wage. It would take you 3,750, I don't know why I said 50, 3,766 hours to buy one single Bitcoin. That's like 2 years. 2 years of work to buy a single Bitcoin. Okay. And even at the beginning of the year or earlier last year, or you go back to 2020, you know, the last cycle, it would have, you know, taken some hours, but not 2 years worth of hours, right? This is the power of holding an asset that out appreciates everything. Okay. This is why inflation works against you if you don't hold hard assets like Bitcoin, because everything gets more expensive except your dollars. Your buying power does not get better, doesn't get more expensive, so to speak. Everything gets more expensive versus the dollar. It's not like the dollar is getting more expensive versus goods. It doesn't work that way. That's why it's kind of sad to see, but it's also amazing to see for people that's been DCAing over time. A lot of people here have been DCAing since 2015, 2016, 2017, 2021, 2022. And if you've been doing that, you've been definitely winning against the dollar, winning against all other asset classes. But that's just crazy to think about. It's crazy to think about how many hours you had to work to accumulate one single Bitcoin. And that one single Bitcoin can be over $1 million in the next 5 years. So this is certainly not the top, and it's going to get a lot more expensive. Think about it. If we go up 10x from here and this stays consistent, that means in another 5 years, it will take an average person making $30 an hour 20 years to buy one Bitcoin. That's assuming they don't spend at all. That's crazy to think about. This 2 years of work becomes 20 years when Bitcoin goes to 1 million each. That's just crazy. That's really crazy. Okay. But before we get to the million, obviously we are heading higher. We are going upwards. You know, this person, Gel or Jelly, has been showing this bullish pennant that we've been breaking out of, which is fantastic according to plan. Also, if you're looking at our current movement versus gold, very, very similar. In fact, we're right before that huge run up for gold and that huge run up for Bitcoin, right? This is what I wanted to show you guys. I led with this. So according to Timothy, in all three cycles prior, 2013, 2017, 2021, the moonshot phase, okay, of those cycles started today, July 16th, for whatever reason. Total coincidence, maybe, or maybe something just clicks. I don't know, but we'll see. We will see. We have been moving already, obviously. We touched about 123 just days ago. We can certainly get back up there very, very quickly. But we know that's not the end. That's not the final destination. So if today is the start and we start heading higher to that next leg up, and then soon the leg after that, it would be amazing. It would be amazing. All right. Outside of that, nothing really else other than stablecoins. Citigroup wants a Citi stablecoin. Jamie Dimon says Chase wants to get involved with stablecoins. Seems like everyone wants to get a piece now. That's why the Genius Bill is so important. All right, it's going to change a lot of things in America for the better. So I'm looking forward to it. We could get another vote this week because of what Trump says, and hopefully if we get approval, then we could get to the official voting, which will probably happen, next week or the week afterwards. All right. That's pretty much it. Let's see. We're still in the green, barely, but we got a lot of great movers today. You got Circle up 7%. You got Robinhood up 2.6%. Coinbase up. All the crypto stocks are going up. And you still have someone like ETH that's still pumping right now. And XRP's pumping today. So good all around. Good all around. All right, let's do some Q&A. JDEKG sent 1 membership. Awesome. Sol is also up today, almost 2%. Still waiting for Sol to get its strength back. Once meme season gets really hot again, watch, Sol's going to start flying like crazy. But it's up almost 2% today. If it could break above 187, that would be really, really good. Chip Man, what's your prediction on Bitcoin end of July 2025? That's actually what this is about. I covered this. $130,000. Is Soul Army a thing? Yes, but there's no name for Soul Army. you got a lot of names for a lot of like Link Marines or XRP Army, Kardashians. I don't know what soul people are called. If you guys have one, I'll start saying it. What do you think about Bonk? I don't have any thoughts about Bonk. I think it's, it'll do well. It'll do well. That's for sure. When meme season gets hot again, it's going to do well. Solanian. Yeah, I don't know. Just soldiers, sultans. I don't know. None of those sound really good. Soul survivors. That'll be good. How about that? Soul survivors. And that fits too, since Soul barely survived 2022. But it doesn't sound very bullish. Soulmates. Yeah, that's good. All right, we're gonna do soulmates. Sounds so desperate, but yeah, soulmates. That's what it's gonna be from now on. XRP or ETH? I like XRP better. I did in a really good position. ETH may be pumping due to ETF inflows, but I think that's about it. I don't know what else is driving ETH upwards besides a lot of bag holders. But there are a lot of things going on with XRP, a lot of stuff going on with the others out there. Sociopath says, not a single legit company uses Solana for anything going to zero. That's incredibly false. Even like, I don't know, even a meme makers, Pump.fun is certainly driving a lot of usage to Solana. Soul Strategies acquiring Solana. What about Jupiter having insane volume? What about even like Render, for example, AI Depend project, Helium, which is in the Wi-Fi 5G space. They're on top of Solana. You got a lot of stuff on top of Solana. I'm sticking with soulmates, guys. I'm not gonna change it. I think that makes a lot of sense. Man, look at this ETH breakout right now. I do not hold like any ETH, but if they could get back to 4,000, That would be pretty encouraging. They hit 4,000 like 3 times. March, May, December, couldn't break. Next stop for ETH is 4,000, and if they could break that, then all-time high is coming. Oh man, Circle is having one of those days again, up 8%, skyrocketing. MicroStrategy doesn't look like skyrocket. Now it is. MicroStrategy up 450. Man, they haven't been above 400 for a while, but they're nearing the all-time high of 500, I think. No, 450. I swear they were higher, but good for them. Coinbase trying to stay above 400, which is their all-time high. Man, look at ETH go. Sui taking a breather today, but man, it's above $4. Sui has been absolutely insane, but still nowhere close to the 520 something it was before, which means there's still plenty of room to grow. 537, dang. And then you got the newcomer Say that's still way off from their previous high. 74 cents and 120. Plenty of room to grow for all these. What are your thoughts on taking profits or shaving off some? I'm thinking it's the right time right now. It really depends on your situation. If you have no money on the side, you need some cash, then do it. But for me, I am not. I don't think we're anywhere near top, especially if you look at alts. Nowhere near the top. So I won't be taking profits right now. I think after 150, I will start taking some. But I'll always keep a large amount of Bitcoin. Any news, any hype news with SHIB? There's zero hype news with SHIB, man. I haven't heard ever since Shibarium and Shibtoshis. They seem to have like died completely. All the momentum went to Pepe afterwards, and all the new ones like Bonk and With and whatever else I can't remember anymore. There is no news about SHIB at all. I have no idea if there's any activity with their L2. M Swaller asks, how is Say better than Soul plus Hype? I understand that Club is the only good feature of Say, so why is this so popular of changing SL on Say costs you? It doesn't mean that, again, it doesn't have to be better. It's all about speculation at this point. But what drove Say higher recently was because Wyoming, the state of Wyoming, chose it as the chain that is going to be hosting their stablecoin. That's the big reason, because of all the hype around stablecoins and the Genius bill and all that. That's the reason why they went up. I mean, they have always been around decent. You know, they have volume, they have TVL, they have a growing ecosystem. They wanted to move EVM, but the real driver recently was just the Wyoming thing, and that's it. And it doesn't mean that they have to be better than something else in order for them to rise up, right? It's hard to say who's better. It's really about speculation, and it's about users and volume. That's really what it comes down to. I threw some money at ETH longs last night. Let me check on it. It's doing okay. Not terrific, but something. What do I think about Popcat? I hate the logo. I hate the logo. It's very meme-ish, I know, but I hate it. Other than that, I have no comment about Popcat. I have no idea where they are anymore. 400 million. All these memes. Popcat is one of the bigger ones on Sol. Man, they were at 2 billion market cap, so it's still, they gotta go up 5x from here to get to their previous high. That's how hot things were back in November, December. That's why Sol was like closing in at 300. So, you know, in terms of meme season, we're nowhere close. And I say meme season is going to start altcoin season. So we're nowhere close to that yet. Chill Guy was another one. It's only 80 million, man. It's looking like it's pretty dead. It was at 500 million. Now it's at 80 million. Again, 4x, 5x. Pepe at 5.5 billion. Where were they before? They were at 10 billion. So Pepe has done incredibly well. It's only half down versus the others that are down way more. And where is Sheeb? Since someone asked about Sheeb. Sheeb is still higher at 8 billion, but man, when they topped out in 2021, $36 billion. Man, 36 billion. I don't know if they could get back to that. There's too many memes now, but maybe there are a lot of sheep holders still. Still, the best meme there will ever be will be the one I will be releasing towards the end of this year. It will be the greatest meme coin ever created, and it will be airdropped to all of you guys. I'm not gonna say what the name is going to be, but it's going to be representative of the community for sure. And I'm gonna design it in a way where it's, well, I just say using my knowledge of memes, it's gonna be designed great from day one. Yeah, and everyone in the community, including my NFT holders, Discord members, which I've been telling you guys to join, which is absolutely free, members, and just loyal watchers. I'm gonna make a lot of ways for people to get a lot of airdrops, for sure. It's gonna be the greatest community coin ever created. It's not gonna be a rug pull. Come on now. Frank, I have talked a lot about Say in the last few videos. I think they're going to do well. I think they're going to do well. Thinking about your NFT holders who may dump on others. I mean, obviously, people could do whatever they want after they get their airdrop tokens, but because of the community and because of the timing, because the way the token will be structured, I'm thinking it's going to be really hot and no one's going to want to sell. But it's all for fun. The main thing is it's a community coin. It's for fun. Washbox says the biggest rug pull in history incoming. You guys need to chill, okay? There's not gonna be a rug pull. It's not an NFT token. I mean, but I have I Am George NFTs out there, like the strap-on NFTs and one-of-one NFTs that people still have. Obviously, they're gonna get a huge allocation because they're the first movers, basically. You know, they're NFT holders. They're special. So they're gonna get a large amount for sure. Is Trump talking right now? I heard Trump is talking. No? All right, guys. today could be the start of a huge leg of this bull run. So let's see. Let's see if it's true. The last 3 years, this was the day. But besides this, there are a lot of great stuff. A lot of great stuff happening. A lot of great stuff to look forward to. So stay strong, my friends. Smash the like, subscribe to the channel. Enjoy the rest of your day. Could be a lot of green. And stay tuned for tonight's video. All right? Have a good one, guys. Take care. Bye-bye. Welcome back to Cryptos Are Us. I am George. We're all George. So, welcome to another Market Open stream. Today, things are looking pretty green and exciting. And I'm here to talk about Bitcoin's next parabolic leg. Why and when? Let's discuss. And everything else that's going on today. All right, let's do it, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are starting out the day, like I said, in the green. Bitcoin around $109,000, and a lot of the alts, as you can see on the side, are in the green as well. So we're starting out today pretty good. And the U.S. market is looking like it wants to turn green, especially for the tech sector. And you can see, like someone like Coinbase up 3% already. Tesla recovering from yesterday's sell-off. MicroStrategy up. Robinhood up in a huge way. Circle down because yesterday went up a lot. But overall, crypto stocks also in the green. That's good. And why is this? Well, there's really no reason. Yesterday's sell-off was due to fears of new tariffs. I covered that yesterday. But it seems like global stock markets, including Wall Street, it's like, okay, we've heard this before. You know, we've heard of these threats of tariffs, deadlines, and the deadlines keeps getting pushed back, and then there's pauses and all this stuff. So it does seem like most traders or most markets are like, okay, this isn't the end of the world. We shouldn't be scared. Which is the right thing. Okay. But there are still some countries like Japan that are taking it more serious than others, because obviously they do a lot more trade with the US. So they want to resolve it as much as possible. So they're trying to get a deal done before this new August 1st deadline. There's still a couple weeks left. So yeah, overall, that's why market's going back up. People are just like, you're like, we just don't care about tariffs anymore. It's kind of like war situation, right? After the Ukraine and Russian war went on for so long, people just stopped caring about it, even though it's still ongoing. And this is one of those things. The tariff situation may be even pushed past August, and it could keep on going for quite some time. All right, now moving on. Let's go straight to some Bitcoin news. While ETF inflows, as expected, still very positive, very green. Inflows, massive, 216 million inflow yesterday. And overall, if you look past 2 weeks, we had 1 day of outflow. Every other day is inflow. So obviously, when billions and billions and billions of Bitcoin being bought every day through ETFs, that's a good thing. That's taking away from the supply. And the one person, Larry Fink, and his firm, BlackRock, is fully taking advantage of that. They have now overtaken Saylor once again. And BlackRock's ETF holds 700,000 Bitcoin. Both BlackRock and MicroStrategy or Strategy are both going to overtake Satoshi's number, 1 million, soon. It's going to happen. It may even happen by the end of this year. 1 million Bitcoin. That's insane. Imagine when Bitcoin is at $10 million or $13 million like Saylor predicted. Imagine what that's worth, right? And these guys know it. Larry Fink knows that. BlackRock as a firm knows that. They love to control things. When they get into something, they love to control it. And Saylor is just the biggest ultra bull there is. They both know that. They both want to acquire as much as they can while they still can for cheap. It won't be that easy to be acquiring Bitcoin once it's above $1 million each. But they will still do it. MetaPlanet, same thing. It just purchased 2,000 something Bitcoin yesterday, and it continues to buy and purchase more. Now Simon also realizes that. A lot of these CEOs, didn't really believe in the Bitcoin strategy. But once they get that, or once they develop laser eyes, they just never look back, and then they start doing it. And plus it helps them directly too, because normally speaking, when these firms embrace Bitcoin, their stock starts skyrocketing, and then it makes things much easier for them to raise debt and get more money and buy more Bitcoin. So right now is the perfect time to do it. Doing this in crypto winter won't be so easy, but doing it in a hot market, much easier. You got someone else that's closing a 384 million round to launch their Bitcoin treasury. Again, every single day, it seems like there's someone new coming into the market. Okay, coming into the market and buying Bitcoin every single day. And of course, existing companies are also. Here's another one. Secures 13.5 million institutional banking and boosts Bitcoin reserves. I mean, you gotta just read the room at this point. If you still don't believe, there's always people that still don't believe, but you gotta read the room. When you got all these companies doing it, what do you think is going to happen? Well, first of all, what do you think is happening? There's definitely a revolution of people now turning to Bitcoin. But number two, I mean, there's only so many to go around. Here's someone else. Reserve One plans on launching a Bitcoin crypto treasury following a 1 billion transaction, and they go public. These are large numbers, guys. We're talking about billions here, not even millions. Billions. You got Remix Point, also a company out of Tokyo. They've been acquiring a lot of Bitcoin, but now the CEO is like, I'm going to take my pay in Bitcoin. We have seen this with athletes, and there are some athletes that really regret not getting paid in Bitcoin, but there have been some athletes that have taken their salary in Bitcoin.
The yeas are 215 and the nays are 211. The motion is adopted. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is adopted.
Let's go.
The gentleman from Massachusetts.
I ask for a recorded vote and a better time clock.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
This should be the one. This should be the one. This is the one. Yeah. This has to be the one, fam. Let's go to this is the one. it passed the procedural, vote, which is great, huge. Now, doing that again, just a matter of time for this passing, and XRP is already moving, Bread is already moving, Solana is already moving, Ethereum is already moving, about to hit 3,300 basically. Stellar is already moving, XRP is already moving. Guys, are you ready to see XRP start pumping right now? Are you ready to see it? Are you ready to see XRP start breaking out? Guys, it's happening so soon, guys. Go crazy in the chat right now. Pump it up. Pump it up. Pump it up. This is good. Bring me the tunes. Like and subscribe. Oscar Live. Wow. We are about to witness history, everybody. It's happening. Shout out to my new sponsor, Block Shards. I just posted the link in the chat for TA, trades, indicators. My team, link down below, fam. Shout out to them. It's gonna really help you if you are trading. For your trading view, dealer, thank you so much for the kind donation. I appreciate that a lot. Welcome. Brad Gatling, how chosen. Thank you so much for the kind donation, buddy. Welcome. Vote today for Genius, Clarity, and Anti-CBDC Will. We passed the first one. Here comes the second one. Going fast, it's going fast. Top Emu, this is the boat. Ooh, Kenny in the house. What's up, brother? What's up, my Kenny? Thanks so much for the donation, man. I appreciate that a lot, and welcome. There's XRP. There's XRP. There's XRP. There's XRP. Everybody. Boom. Thank you, Kenny, for the kind super chat. I appreciate it and welcome. You're always welcome here in the chat with us, with Oscar Ramos Live in the community. 10,000 plus people, guys. We got at some point. That's insane. Everybody's watching. Everybody's really tuning in, and they're looking at, is this actually going to pass? The answer is yes. Now we have 35, 34, 3 nays, and I hope they're not going to scam us, right? They better not scam us. 185, 185, 186 plus 31 or so. That's 216. Yeah, this has to pass. This has to pass. No questions asked. And XRP flux charts, I'm using it right now. Yeah, we're sending. We're about to send really, really, really nice right now, fam. No one, not selling right now. I'm not selling. Although you can take profits if you're trading, that's a different story. But man, I just finished my water. No more blood on the streets right here, fam. No more blood on the streets. Sorry, buddy. Out. No spam like that, please. 304. Send it, bro. David, what's up, man? Thank you so much for the kind 5 members. I mean, that's insane. Thank you, brother. Welcome. And welcome to all the new people coming in to the chat right now. Oof. Oof. That is for sure so good. 304. Take a look at CoinMarketCap right now. Things are moving. Oh, 119. Bonk, SPX, Floki are doing really well right now. Artcoin is doing well. 20% the last 24 hours. 3.8 trillion market cap. Yes. Emu, welcome, buddy. Happy to see you and welcome. Guys, at 100,000 followers on X, we're going to do a massive giveaway. There's my link. If you want to follow me, it's completely free on X. If you have an X account, join us. We've been doing this for a while, and we for sure want all the fam ready to go. So cool, man. Let's go 100%, bro. 100%. Wow. Justin, U.S. House advances Crypto Genius Act, Clarity Act, and anti-CBDC. Now, the first vote, now this is the real one, right? We're all assuming that it's going to pass, which it has to pass, right? It's a few minutes left for them to really hurry up right now. But yeah. There it is.
On this vote, the yeas are 215 and the nays are 211. The motion is adopted. On this vote, the yeas are 215 and the nays are 211. The motion.
House passes to advance 3 crypto bills. That was the first one. I mean, everybody's already giving it like it's already official, right? Everybody's saying, yeah, it already passed. This is the one.
Mr. President Jerome Powell, do you have plans, or if you're back considering firing Jerome Powell?
This is the next thing we gotta get rid of.
Justification if you're thinking about this.
He's always been too late, hence his nickname, Too Late. He should have cut interest rates a long time ago. Europe has cut them 10 times in the short period of time, and we cut them none. The only time he cut them was just before the election to try and help Kamala or Biden, whoever the hell it was, because nobody really knew. Obviously, that didn't work, but he tried to cut them for the Democrats, Kamala. And how did that work out? You'll tell me. It didn't work out too well, did it? But he's I think he does a terrible job. He's costing us a lot of money, and we fight through it. It's almost, the country's become so successful that it doesn't have a big impact, but it does hurt people wanting to get a mortgage. People want to buy a house. He's a terrible Fed chair. I was surprised he was appointed. I was surprised, frankly, that Biden put him in and extended him, but they did. So, we're not planning on doing anything. We're very concerned. He's doing a little renovation for $2.5 billion at the Fed, building a renovation, and they have a close to $900 million cost overrun. And it's a shame, but the biggest cost overrun is the cost overrun for interest rates. We should be paying 3 points lower, and we would save $1 trillion a year in interest if that were the case. And all it is the stroke of a pen. And that goes for his board too, because his board is not doing the job, because they should try and rein this guy in. So he's doing a lousy job, but no, I'm not talking about that. Fortunately, we get to make a change in the next, 8 months or so. And we'll pick somebody that's good, and we'll pick somebody. I just want a fair job. We want to see lower interest rates. Our country deserves it. We're making a lot of money. We're doing great as a country. We have no inflation, record stock market, record business, record everything. Everything's a record now. We had the worst inflation in history under Biden, and now we have almost no inflation. We've done a great job, and we should have.
Those people, my friends, right now asking about the vote, if it's going to pass or no, Eleanor Tourette. Looks like now what last night was agreement in the Oval Office was the Rules Committee will reconvene later today to add clear, strong anti-central bank digital currency CBDC provisions to the Clarity legislation. House, this was posted just minutes ago. The House Freedom Caucus members will be voting in favor of rule today after reaching an agreement with President Trump last night. Under this agreement, the Rules Committee will reconvene later to add a clear, strong anti-CBDC digital currency provisions to the Clarity legislation, meaning that even if it passes, there's still a few things that they want to edit. This is an important step to ensure Americans are protected from government overreach into their financial privacy. We remain committed to securing these critical protections in the final legislation and ensuring they are preserved as the bill moves through the Senate into law. But as of right now, they passed the vote to advance, right? And that's what we're saying right now. It passed the first one, procedural vote. Now it's the good one. This one has to pass, of course. If not, everybody will be wrong, but has to also pass. Once it does it, we are in the clear. Eric, welcome, buddy. Happy to see you. All the news coming in, guys. All the news coming in. That's exactly what we want. Cointelegraph, crypto bills have passed procedural vote. Yes, only procedural vote. Correct. You see how big one? I think people are ready. Oh, look, a kid. People are ready to get that XRP pumped for sure. What's up, Charlie? Welcome, buddy. We did it. Let's go, man. Thank you, Big Smelly. Appreciate that a lot. Do this because we care, and I mean, crypto is the future, so might as well go in. You know, I have the same quote on my profile for a while. Crypto is the future. I'm all in. I've had it for years now, and I mean it. I mean it, right? So, if you're gonna go all in on real estate, on gold, on academia, on a full-time job or whatever, right now, 9,000. Microsoft layoffs, right? 6,000 or so. It's bad, right? I don't want anybody to tell me what my potential is. I'm gonna make it on my own, and that's the beauty of crypto too, right? Anybody's welcome to join and create it, mold it the way you want, build something that people want, and be successful, get rich, or just at least get happiness from it. I tell you, it works. And in the journey, you're going to find great friends, people. It's just a totally different world once you're in it, for sure. Stop to Wheels. Good to have you, buddy. Welcome. You're a good man, Ramos. No, I'm not. There's only one good one, and that is Christ. Final voting, yes, right here, right now. Right here, right now is final voting, buddy. welcome to all the members. I mean, after 100 members plus, they're still ringing too. So we appreciate that, guys, for sure. Ah, man, what a beautiful day for sure. What's up, Wizard? Good to have you, buddy. Welcome. Rico in the house. Welcome, buddy. Happy to see you. Waiting. I think after this successful day, we're going to go and get some. I had steak already. Let me show you what we had, fam. It was good. Last Friday. Look at this beauty. Nice tomahawk. 48 ounces. That's happiness, right? So maybe some sushi. I know a place like a sushi buffet. Oh yeah, that's where I'm heading right now. I'm kind of hungry, starving. So we'll enjoy a great time for sure. When is the vote for the Clarity Act? It's all compartmentalized right here, buddy. It's HR 580. You have Clarity, you have Genius Act, and you have anti-CBDC. So yeah, it's coming in. It's coming in here. But you notice, guys, the amount of people that we can put up. You know, it's not because of me. It's honestly because of what this whole crypto new generation embodies, and I'm just the messenger, the facilitator. We are not even at all-time high XRP, and we already have this amount of great friends. What's going to happen at $4 XRP? We're going to need more moderators. What's up, brother? Amen. And I'm always looking for great people to join me as moderators, you know? And I'm looking at your names, and I'm looking at you guys, because the people that are with that blue are long time loyal patriots, you know? So it's really nice. Gonna be good. Ghost in the house, crypto poor, my man. You've seen me all the ups and downs, you know, for sure. Brian Bull, thank you, buddy, for the kind donation. Appreciate that a lot. 16-1. There's no speaker, so they're waiting for it. So you go 16 plus, that's gonna be 217. We pass, hands down, no problem. I mean, it just passes, right? Because if you add the 3, well, I mean, if somebody changes to nay, then we don't. It's gonna be more difficult, but that will be 215 to 217 or so. Yeah, we pass, no problem. You just have to hurry up. Hurry up. That's what it is. Oof. And imagine if we get the news that Jerome Powell is actually leaving. Oh, that's gonna be so good. $211 Democrats voted against advancing pro-crypto legislation. Don't forget. 211 Democrats voted against advancing crypto legislation. So when you see their ads in 2028, 2026 saying, we love crypto, think about that. Think about that. Once again, there's my X. Everybody's welcome if you have an X, because at 100,000, we're going to bring a nice giveaway. Welcome to all the new members and subscribers too, guys. That's the beginning of a nice journey with us. But we want you, of course, part of the fam. How crazy things are moving right now in crypto is incredible, honestly. Pretty incredible. And much deserved, you know? for a lot of people waiting and holding and buying and selling your XRPs. It's exactly what's about. It was supposed to be 5 minutes. It was supposed to be 5 minutes. Can't wait to become a rice and leave my torta away. Stop chosen. It's happening. Thank you, Barbara. Appreciate it. Rico in the house. Welcome. Let me go ahead and like all the... I'm liking right now all the donations right here because I missed some. There you go. And shout out to my top fans because you two gave us something for us. Shout out to Kenny. Shout out to Over the Something because I cannot read the rest. And Dealers, my top fans. We also have Core and the Spunky too. So thank you guys for being awesome members here of the live. I can see your names. Let's go. Yes, Aquarially. Yes. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and use the washroom when I go to Dubai or Singapore or stuff or Japan or so. They're like the washroom. Not used to hear that, but it's fun, you know. I'll be right back, fam. Just give me a few. Send it. Couple seconds. Oh, yes. exactly 3 minutes of fun, and I was able to relax a bit. You have 3,000 XRP. Can't wait to retire at 23. Meaning that you're younger, right? Which is good, man. I mean, I wish I was 23, but it's okay. That's life. You're super mega early finding crypto at 23, and all I wish is the best. You're gonna be fine. You're not sadly gonna be able to buy XRP in the cents anymore, right? But now you can buy it at 3, before 10, before 5, before 7. So yeah, think about it this way, I think a lot of people watching this agree that a 10x for XRP is doable. $30 XRP is not crazy. $30 XRP, you're looking at 1.5 or so trillion market cap. Just $30 XRP. With everything that's going on in crypto, I see that as a possibility. Ooh. So, buddy, namaste in the house. Big shout out to PK Lucas. I'm not sure who that is. Got XRP average cost of 42 cents. 42 cents. Let's go. Excuse me, when are they supposed to finish this? Was supposed to be 5 minutes. There's nobody there. Everybody gave it in. So it's like, okay, it passed already. Next. Eating. You're already eating? I want to eat too. I was talking to some friends yesterday, and they had, some of them recognized me without even knowing them, which is, it's just great that when people know, about crypto and it's so good, and you never know how many people you're going to be touching or they're going to recognize you. But they had so many questions about crypto and XRP and the whole beginners, right? 1, 2, 3 comes to show that there's a lot of friends out there that you got to show them how it's done. So you got to be patient, with the rookies per se, because a lot of us, we know a bunch of things, right? And you're like, I want to make more money. In order to make more money, we need that candle to go up like it's doing right now. And to go up, more new people have to come in. Steve Rod, thank you, buddy, for your kind donation and appreciate it. The True King, of course. Of course, 100%. Dion, what is that currency? IDR. Indonesian rupee. Okay. Nice. Another place for me to go. Thank you. I remember watching Oscar back then, and it helped me invest, to be honest. I appreciate it, Jordan. That's nice, bro. Rupian. Nice. We're still waiting. Okay. Somebody is pumping XRP. I love it. Bring those pumps, please. Man. Closing the poll right now because we know the answer. Vote today for Genius Act, Clarity Act, Anti-CBDC with 9,000 votes. You guys, you see what you did. 9,000 votes. That's amazing, bro. That's amazing. Cisnero, what you said right there, I saw it earlier today, and I'm like, will that affect? We don't know. What Cisnero was saying, geopolitical issues, seems that there was a strike in Syria. As you know, geopolitical issues always brings us down, right? So I don't know. I mean, it still is unfolding. things can change, but as of right now, I'm not sure that the market is paying attention to that. We don't kind of feel it much, but something to think about for sure. Yes, you're right. They're probably all playing mobile games with each other. I mean, Modern, have a good one, buddy. Enjoy, of course. Trump says Genius Act will be passed tomorrow after speaking with all. Well, aren't you 24 hours late? Supposed to do, and tomorrow say tomorrow. It's passing today. Let me go to Truth Social right here. See what's up. Yeah, he hasn't said much right now. Okay. Man, these guys really want us to wait the time, right? They really want us to wait and wait and wait till the last moment. Shout out to Kenny. Thanks, man. I'm gonna shout out to Kenny as well for the awesome donation to us, to the community. But when I hear something like this,
On this vote, the yeas are 215 and the nays are 211. The motion is adopted. On this vote, the yeas
Yeah.
are 215.
so that happened about 40 minutes ago. Let me see how. Okay, here it is. It's been 30 minutes. It's been 30 minutes. It's people. It's people. Mm-mm. You just kind of want to wait for that. Oh, yes, it passed. XRP Fram right now is like, wait, are we pumping? I like that. Legislative explosion. Oh, there it is. He's back. It's back. Okay, finally. Come on, start voting, fam. D Auto in the house. Thank you, buddy. Happy to see you. Welcome, welcome. Like if you believe XRP is going to 589. The number 589 is so unique in the crypto army. 589. You take a look at the followers Brad Garlinghouse has on X. 589. Many, many 589. A bunch of 589. Big Dad in the house. What's up, buddy? Welcome. 370 lives, fam. Thank you, DJ. Didn't know that. Wow. Crypto stacks. Oh, Ethereum is going. That's why I'm there. You go. You see, eat. Something tell me like you have to buy Ethereum, and I'm happy I did. I mean, really wanted to get as much ETH as possible right now. My goal is to buy everything under $4,000. Everything under $4,000 ETH, I'm actually going in. That's me, of course. I'm just trying to get it I'm not really buying Bitcoin anymore personally. Like, I'm good with it, but I think Ethereum is the next one for me. XRP, of course, we got some really good positions. Those who you really want to get more, go ahead. I think the price is still fine. Anything under $3 is a buy. It was a buy for me, right? Trading is a different story. We're still trading, which is good. And of course, my meme coins that are crushing it, there are HBAR, like XLM, bro. I mean, these are positions that I need to be diversifying a little bit. When are they going to pass this thing? Please. Please. People are hungry here. Do me a favor, fam. Drop a like, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Turn on those notification bells, and welcome aboard. We've been live for almost 2 hours, and I hope that they will finish this, wrap it up, because I do want to get the in and out here of the boat. But it seems that 5 minutes, it's not really 5 minutes. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, it passed the procedural boat. It's one thing that I hope it's not gonna turn to be something, because not everybody has nuclear weapons. So when nuclear is not in the conversation, then once nuclear is in the conversation, that's why Iran was a different story, right? But if nuclear is not, then the way it seems that it's like the market is not that interested. What are they waiting for? I know, right? What's happening, right, is that they are, I believe, making changes as we speak. They're making changes as we speak. They should be making changes, or they should be having conversations, because you don't need to be there, I think, to vote. You can vote remotely or so. But it's messed up. I know it's messed up. No, this is the only one, RJ. That's the only one. That's the last one. We had like an hour for one vote, and then that's hopefully not gonna be another hour for the other one. No, it's live, bro. You see the people, move their heads and so. It's live. Nobody is moving. Carlos, what's up, buddy? Nobody's moving. Wish, right? Not living until this passes. Thank you for always being real and treating us like fam. Thank you, Albie. Nice doggy you have right there. Thank you so much for being here with us. Well, that's the only way to treat people, right? The way you want to be treated. That's basic, right? So I'm sure that people know that. Well, thank you for that. And once I finish lives like this today, I'm destroyed. So you won't see me, guys, till tonight or maybe tomorrow. But who knows that? The point is today, right now. Once this gets cleared, I'm going to go ahead and go to a nice sushi place that I know. Oh, yes. I know what I'm going to get. Oh, yes. That sushi place. Here I go. Pump it up 100%. I hope you also like the tunes, guys. Always try to do the best I can, to keep fam entertain and, fun, exciting. Because sometimes we are watching stuff that is not exciting or appealing, right? But we have to. I want to, right? This is really what it's all about. Grayson, thanks so much for being here. Appreciate it. I hope to see you in Singapore, fam. I hope to see you in Singapore too. Token 2049 is coming in October 1st. So last chance that I was able to go to Singapore was fantastic, magical. This time it's going to be even better. Yeah, Singapore, bro. That's going to be a place much needed, The food, the massages. Yeah. Chicken soup. Oh, yes. I love it. I think by October 1st, what price you think we're going to be by October 1st? I wonder. What is this actual voting for? My English is Tobias. This is the crypto week acts. They're just taking forever, right? But this is it. Yes. I'm about to speak. I heard something. Who opened the mic? Wow. Cowboy, man, you make me laugh. I see your comments, fan. I see your comments for sure. What's up, Digital Revolution in the house? David! Usually a day late and dollar short, but not for long. Much love, fam. Thank you so much, David, for the kind donation. And welcome as a new member as well. We love that. Isn't it cool, right? What we're seeing right now. So they just want to halt this whole thing. They want to halt everything. Classic people. Classic. Oh, there it is, Eleanor. In case you're wondering what's the holdup on the floor right now, combining the bills could make clarity harder to pass because the risk of losing them both of anti-CBDC language. Told you. There it is. There's disagreements over this happening between Republicans in the Johnson's office at the moment. Boom, there it is. Update. There's something happening. That's why it's hold up right now. Breaking. Speaker Mike Johnson, Financial Services members, House AG members, and Freedom Caucus holdups are huddled now in Johnson's ceremonial office of the House floor. This is a big mess to work through. Holdouts 1 to 2 crypto bills link financial services and House Agriculture don't. News, there's another crypto mess unfolding on the House floor. House GOP leaders will try to merge the 2 crypto bills after expected to pass today via MIRV procedure and rules. Scalise confirms to me. Oh man, that's not good. That's not good. But it's okay. It's okay. Guys, there's the update from Eleanor Tourette. There's a holdup right now. So meaning that it still has to pass. It's just that it's going to take a little longer, you know. It's going to take a little longer. Want to give another big shout out to Flux Charts, my new partner, sponsor for all your trading needs. especially, you know, technical on trading view. If you're a trader, for sure, try them out. I'm gonna put the link right here, and you also have it in the description, guys. Right? You can get instant access, and there it is, all you need in one plan, and of course, state-of-the-art customer service. It's really good because, you know, when you're trading, you really want to kind of have the mood to put yourself in a really good position. Alcon month index is at 67. Okay. Ooh, Brad is doing it, bro. See, Brad? Nice. Brad is doing it. Some holdups, they happen. What's up, my fam? If you're not watching the live, well, this is to my Discord server. You know, guys, what a day. 2 hours live right now, and past the first one, we're waiting on the second one. According to Eleanor Torred, there's a holdup because they're discussing things at the speaker's office. You just noticed that we are above $3 XRP. Ready. Go in. Even if we go down a little bit, long term still pays off. As you know, I'm going in on Ethereum right now, so that's the one I'm accumulating as much as I can before $4,000. Once it gets to $4,000 sometime in August or September, or even earlier, then we'll tune into another one and we go from there. Keep it up, fam. Appreciate everybody here, and pump it up. Just took a good bunk profits. Nice. Ethereum is ripping. I mean, there it is, bro. You see that? If Ethereum goes up, it helps so much all the ERC20s. ERC20s right now are so happy, bro. Or Shiba Inu. Come on, Shiba Inu. You are better than that. Come on. 3%, really? Pepe, 7%, which is good. Man, these two are so close. 8 billion, 5 billion. They really have to pump. Even Dogecoin is doing much better. Koreans are accumulating Pengu. Koreans are accumulating Pengu. Okay. El Salvador President Nayib Bukele meets with Pakistan's Minister of Crypto. Everybody's going in on crypto, guys. What else I can say? People are going in on crypto. This is good. It hasn't passed. It hasn't passed yet, fam. It hasn't passed. The good one, the one that matters, hasn't passed. Let me do something here. You can copy and paste that a few times if you want, fam, so people know, the ones that are coming in here. All right, all right, all right. Whew. When you think the government can't surprise you enough, they take forever. All right. I'm going to go and do a few things. Play something different as a background in the meantime. Some songs that I don't play that often. So let's do this one. Let me go ahead and get something like a snack or something because I'm starving. Be back. Sexy pumps, everybody. Well, well, well. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Because I wish our government was a little bit better on this, but they don't. I think they don't really think that there's a bunch of people kind of like excited for this. But hey, that's the way it works. I expect this to pass. I expect to go through. I don't know how long it's going to take. My intention was to revive the moment of the procedural vote. But yeah, I want to relax a bit as a human being, right? So, ooh, we got so many friends here, and all I gotta say is, yeah, it's incredible, you know, what we have done, not only today, Crypto Week, but also on the channel. I cannot fathom, you know, what we're gonna be seeing when XRP breaks the all-time high price. TJ, Ghost, JB, Planets, my admins, we gotta be mega ready for that. Crypto Griff, we gotta be ready for that, because there's gonna be a lot of friends coming in and new people, new questions. What is XRP? What is Ripple? Are they the same thing? What is XRPL? I mean, get ready for that. So it's Wednesday. It's a really good Wednesday. And I wanted to say thank you, everybody, for stopping by. 2 hours, I'm out. I'm tired, so I don't want to force it. And I don't know how long this is going to take. So I better just relax and enjoy, and we'll keep you in the know with hopefully a new video later today. So as always, subscribe so you never miss an update. I want to say thank you, because we have a video yesterday with over 50,000 views, and it's only because of you guys. So thank you for finding us. This is where you're gonna get your quality content for sure. Don't forget, crypto is 24/7. Thank you, Just Dabrand. Appreciate you being here for sure. One last thing, if you wanna take a look at the links down below in the description, they do help, and for you to make some great money, great positions, great moves in your crypto portfolio. So I'll leave you that. You have the freedom to check them out. I'm always trying to bring you great quality partners. And at 100,000, we're gonna have a nice giveaway here on X. So I want you to be ready for that. So make an account and get ready for it, because I want to make it good to celebrate the 100,000. That being said, fam, thank you for jumping and joining us in this Crypto Week live. Seems that it's gonna pass, so later today we'll hear those news and celebrate together. I want to say thank you to, honestly, a lot of the fans that were here, because it's because of you that we do this. All right, to all my new members, we have 122 members. Welcome. This is the very beginning of something magical. Bitcoin is gonna pass 125,000. Ethereum is gonna pass 4,000. XRP is gonna pass $4. Start now and go all in. Peace.
At the canopy. So I was like, okay. I don't know why I didn't text her, but I ended up like just driving to the camp. I ended up driving to where it's called the Canopy, the Cypher series. So I drove over there and I stood outside the parking lot. Then when I checked my friend's location, she was somewhere else downtown. So I was like, oh shit, okay, whatever. And I was like, I was sitting out there for a minute. Like, I asked somebody what the price.
mere weeks. This has been highlighted by Forbes as it confirms that XRP will be over $60,000 and that the US dollar will collapse, accelerating a $33.7 trillion shock fed inflation that will allow all of the money to flow into XRP. In fact, the United States president has officially just signed a bill to replace the FedNow payment system with a more modernized payment system that uses XRP for payments. And the Federal Reserve has just released a document outlining the regulation for banks to operate with crypto, allowing them to treat them as other assets. What does this mean? XRP is about to be integrated into the global financial infrastructure, starting from the United States of America, shifting to other countries, and has already begun the process of integrating into the internal infrastructure of over 11,000 banks. And with that globalization of XRP comes a massive supply shock that will cause the price of XRP to skyrocket as high as $60,000 as reported by Forbes. And remember, Forbes is giving this prediction because they believe it is a fact, and they believe that XRP is designed for $60,000 and will be globalized by accommodating the 7.5 billion people. But really, we're only getting started. The adoption for XRP is unfolding at a massive scale, with even Ripple's CTO mentioning exactly that. But before we go further into the video, we're giving away free XRP to every single person that's watching this video. It's actually very easy. You can get yourself to $100 worth of free XRP. We partnered with Apple to do that for you guys. But all you have to do is like the video, subscribe, share this video, and then sign up on Apple using my link in the description and do a transaction. The whole process takes literally less than 5 minutes, but it rewards you in an asset up to $100 worth of free money. We can then buy XRP, and XRP could become valued in the tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars in the mere weeks. So it's literally free money that you can take. Just sign up probably to my link in the description and do a transaction. And with that being said, let's get right into the video. The numbers are clear, and the price of XRP is even clearer, with it currently up in the last 7 days about 25%, and on the all-time, it's up over 49, almost 50,000%, currently priced at $2.93. But the financial system is about to experience XRP like never before, with XRP actually getting globalized. Recently, Ripple officially announced that they have begun the process to be licensed as a bank. And this reminded me of a clip that I had seen. Ripple's CEO says what we've all been thinking, which is XRP itself no longer needs to operate as a payment system for banks, but rather will be in and of itself its own bank and will be processing payments on a continuous basis. Now, this does not mean that XRP won't be part of the Federal Reserve infrastructure. We already know it is, and that is unfolding. It's also going to be a part of the ISO 222 system, which is operated by SWIFT and unlocks over 11,000 financial institutions into the XRP ledger and uses XRP. But what it does mean is, in addition to all these massive announcements, partnerships that are happening, they'll allow XRP to facilitate payments in and of itself. Ripple will become a bank that uses XRP, and XRP will be the mirror system to facilitate payments throughout that bank. Again, emphasizing one key thing: the global scalability of XRP, and Ripple's co-founder Arthur Brittu envisioning the XRP price at $10,000 with that global scalability. And again, he emphasized that it's extremely important to get global scalability for XRP and to facilitate to over 7.5 billion people. But again, we gotta look back at the Forbes forecast, which actually stated XRP would soar to $60,000, and they titled the article something very interesting. The title of the article was XRP is the new Bitcoin, and it's set to $59,472. This right there is epic. It's bullish in every way, shape, and form, but it highlights one thing, and that is XRP will get the equivalent, if not more, scalability, globalization than Bitcoin itself currently has. Let's pull up the Bitcoin price. Now, Bitcoin is currently sitting at 118,000. A couple days ago, sitting at 122,000. The entire cryptocurrency market is up substantially, up 2.31% at $3.76 trillion. XRP will easily surpass that, is what this Forbes article stated, resulting in a $60,000 price per XRP. And if we talk about XRP and Bitcoin, well, XRP seems to have just recently officially decoupled from Bitcoin. Here's an example. Take a look at this. This is the XRP price chart when it was $2.89. XRP was up 454.78% just in the past year. So it's up a lot. We're talking about almost 500% for increase per XRP. So it went from $2.37 increase per XRP. If we take a look at Bitcoin, take a look at this, guys. Bitcoin's USD to dollar ratio is currently sitting at $160,929, down about 2.97%. But if you look at this, it's up. It went up 55,000%, only 91% in the past year. So there's about a 300% increase to XRP that never happened to Bitcoin, thus decoupling from Bitcoin. Now let's shift our eyes back towards the real token, because I'm bullish on real token and I think it's going to make a lot of money for anybody that is able to get in early. I'm talking millions of dollars. But again, I'm not a financial advisor. This is not financial advice, and you should definitely always do your own research. But this is just my opinion and what I'm reading. The real token is about to facilitate $650 trillion on the XRP ledger. Why is that? Well, because the $654 trillion is going to be onboarded onto the XRP ledger using RealFi by the institution called RealFi. RealFi uses the native token, real token, for all payment facilitations. And this is where the real token comes into play. Because not only are they burning supply in the next, they've already announced that they've begun burning supply of real token. I think they're burning approximately 10%. But on top of this, on July 21st, in literally like 5 or 6 days, the RealFi institution will announce a major announcement with regards to the $654 trillion going to flow into the real token onto the XRP ledger. Now, take a step back, guys, and realize the price of real token at the scale that we are talking about. I mean, if we were to not even say 650 trillion, let's say 1% of the 654 trillion were to go into the real token, we are talking about $120,000 per real token. And this could happen instantaneously, literally overnight. Why is that? Because of the very low supply of real token. I mean, real token has a phase 1 supply originally when it started of 100 million. The burns have caused it to now shrink to about 65 or 50 million, maybe even a bit less than 50 million. This would cause over 100,000 bare minimum per real token instantaneously overnight. And this is why we talk about, imagine the scale of money that people are going to make. For every 1,000 invested, they can literally make millions, $10 million or a million or 10 million. The number is massive, massive, massive. And this is why we talk about real token really becoming the global wealth transfer. You're going into crypto and you're trying to make generational wealth. You got to capitalize on earning projects that are payment-based, utility-based, and the XRP ledger right here has the real token, which is a utility-based token, payment framework, real estate framework, topped on this as a very low supply, and it's built on the XRP ledger. I mean, it doesn't get better than this. And look, this is your chance. There's a retracement. It's down about 3%. This is your chance to get in the earliest you possibly can. I mean, there's massive support levels, very low resistance, which is bullish here. But the concept, guys, is the concept. If you're trying to make generational, if you're trying to, have only a little bit of money put in and make millions, or at least hundreds of thousands, or even tens of thousands, you got to capitalize early. And right now is the earliest you're going to get. So if you're trying to get in cheap, this is the time to capitalize. Now, again, not financial advisors, not financial advice, always doing research, but guys, they have received a 100% MNX score, a low risk for top 3 holders, 100% KYC score, total wallets about 1,800, so it's very, very early. Imagine once this thing scales to centralized exchanges, again, you're not realizing how much money could literally be made instantaneously from the real token. Now, I'll be leaving all the information down below in the description, including the institution's URL, which is payrealfi.com. I recommend it. If you want to learn more about the real token, you click on real token here, and it's going to guide you to exactly where you can buy the real token on exchanges and through their widget. This is the time for generational wealth. I mean, I'm very bullish on XRP, on real world assets, and on real token, because again, the partnerships for real token, the partnerships for Ripple, it is unfolding right literally in front of our eyes. So guys, with that being said, I'll be leaving all the links down below in the description. Guys, check out the real token. You need to check it out. Do your research at the bare minimum and then make your own decision. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Make sure you like, you comment, you subscribe, share this video, send all these my link in the description to get yourself up to $100. And I'll see you guys next time. Peace.
It feels like it's coming. When that is, I mean, most of my work suggests that this year should continue and maybe even the first 2 quarters of next year.
So I've decided not to predict publicly where I think Bitcoin's going to go, but I do think the second half of this year will be a explosive up move. But if Bitcoin were to go to, say, 500,000 by the end of this year, not predicting, I'm just saying if it did, because of a short squeeze, which I think is going to happen at some point from all the people realizing that it is a finite asset and there are people that need to borrow on it because they got in trouble from 21, 22, and they're borrowing future production and blah, blah, blah. I've now gone through this. If we get a spike, well, that'll put it at $10 trillion in terms of Bitcoin. You'll have the entire ecosystem go up.
So now that Bitcoin is hitting new all-time highs, people are pointing towards the altcoin season, the XRP season, where they're saying that you can see astronomical gains. And I do think that this is, of course, the natural cycle of things. We all know how liquidity generally cycles down. I talk about this all the time on my channel. So yeah, right now I think it's a time for you guys to all really lock in and focus on what potentially is going to be happening here, right? Because yes, it's not always up all the time, and yes, we did just have an amazing rally, but if this trend continues and more liquidity continues to enter the markets, as many people are predicting is going to happen with the immense amount of liquidity coming from China, Europe, Japan, and other developed nations, of course the US potentially looking to also join this of course pattern very soon, then yeah, we can go a lot higher. In fact, XRP's cap price is probably somewhere around $30 this bull run, which I think is phenomenal. I think that's a great ceiling for us to hit. If we can get even just half of that at $15, a lot of you guys watching this video will probably be making a absolute life-changing amount of money. And if we get to $20, well, there's going to be countless millionaires who've been watching my videos for the last couple of years that were created just simply because they decided to purchase XRP. Now, I want to make sure that you guys know that none of this is financial advice of what we talk about in this video, but I think it's a very exciting time, and I do not think that anybody should sleep on the potential of what's coming here with the crypto market. And so we're going to let Raoul Pal really break it down in this video and to give us some new insights and some new valuable information, which I found very useful. Smash that like button so everyone in the XRP army can see this content. Let's get into it.
Given that cohort of, let's say, 25-year-olds to 40-year-olds now, that older Gen Z and core millennial cohort who are in this trap, they're deep in the middle of this trap. Not only is crypto offering them an opportunity, but we're seeing the rise of the speculative economy. And we're seeing it in prediction markets. We're seeing it, the rise of Robinhood. Robinhood's growth is extraordinary, what's going on, as people are realizing that speculation is somewhat warranted because they've no other way around it. But it also leads me into, well, the good thing that speculation is doing is testing all these things in crypto, these new ideas. They get tested like memes, which is like capital formation, instant capital formation. And also humans, if we're not in a job, we'll probably still speculate because it's fun. I don't know, there's a big rise of this speculative economy, I think is a big mega trend that people don't really see. They're too cynical.
All you have to do is go to the Fred database and look at the chart of gambling as personal consumption expenditures of gambling, which is now over $200 billion a year in the US, and it's a perfectly linear incline. And then you go and look at how much money is spent on new cars in the US, and that is on a decline. And the numbers right now for new cars, personal consumption expenditures, are below $250 billion. And I'm sure after the tariffs, they'll be even lower, which means gambling is just taking over as a major, major part.
Sun rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning up. And we ain't coming down, see on my face that smile, see on my head that's crown, top of the world, talking it down, baby. I moved up the hood to have the church on the corner where I sit and talk shit all day cause I wanna. And on top of that, wasn't none of y'all gonna do nothing but keep running your mouth and keep frontin'. Go ahead and say something, I'll wait. there is no debate. No, it's not an option. You gotta keep the cock watch on rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning up. And we ain't coming down. See on my face, that's